Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome back to the Fallside Wind Farm inquiry. It's the 30th of June. Today we are continuing with the landscape and visual inquiry session, and we're moving on to Dumfries and Galloway Council's witness, Carol Anderson, this morning, and other witnesses today will be Mr Mark Steele on behalf of Fallside Community Group and Mr Oliver Mundell, MSP. Before we start, I just want to ask, are there any matters arising that anyone wants to raise before we move on to the witnesses' evidence? Mr. Sorry, I just looked across there. Mr. Hardy, sorry, you had your light.
Yes, we've got one matter that I'm not sure I can resolve technically this morning, but it's in relation to questions that were asked yesterday of Mr. Welch about walks, and there was some evidence given about Sitka planting on the site. You may recall that, and what we'd like to do, it's only come to our attention, certainly my attention this week, is to put in a plan. It's about, approximately a third of the application site. We'd like to put in a plan just demarcating where that is. That's been planted up, as I understand it, by Till Hill, I think, who act on behalf of the owners of the Bush of Yews. So I have one plan, which I can just hold up. That is that. But we'd like to make yes, it's not in a form that I can copy, but we'd like to submit that. There may be some general questions about that to Miss Anderson.
Are there any objections to that? Would that be helpful?
Well, obviously it'd be helpful to see it, but in principle I don't have any objection, and obviously this witness hasn't seen it before, so it would need to be some time to consider that.
What I've ask a couple of questions about it, not about the detailed boundaries of planting, but the principle.
Okay, if you're going to, I didn't appreciate you were going to ask the witness aspects of that. Could you pass a copy over to Mr Armstrong? Any objections to the receipt of that document? Mr Campbell, any comments?
No objection, ma'am.
Okay, Mr Mundell?
No objections.
Okay.
I just think, just without seeing it, it's difficult to know exactly what the point's going to be.
Perhaps, ma'am, if I could have just 2 minutes with the witness, obviously, just to go over it.
Yeah, that would be fine. Do you want to just take a couple of minutes with the witness, and then we'll come back?
Yeah. There was one point that I was going to mention, which we can either deal with now at a later date. It was just in relation to the future timetable, and obviously in the timetable, ma'am, you've penciled in. I don't think it's set in stone, closing submissions at the end of August, but it's now apparent that the inquiry is not going to be complete before the end of August. And whilst I can see, obviously, there could be some merit in the summaries of evidence going in, because I think the longer you go away from the time that the evidence is given, that can affect the summary of the evidence, and whilst it might be appropriate still to have that date, I'd have thought that perhaps the closing submission date should go off till a later time. But that's maybe something we don't need to resolve today, but it would be helpful if you could at some stage issue a direction on that or advise.
Yes, I think I said perhaps yesterday that I'd be looking at the timetable following on from the rejigging of what we've had to do in terms of witnesses' evidence. The conditions session, for example, will be overtaken by Mr McDermott's evidence in August. And obviously the MOD session will be much later on as well. I'll have a think about it, because I'm keen to get closing submissions on those matters that we're considering today, and also on those matters we're considering in August. I appreciate a lot of it can be related, but I certainly think that the seismic array session is a kind of standalone session in itself, and that can probably come later on. So I will have a think about that, and I will set some timescales and circulate them for your comments and see if they work. But certainly the dates that we have at the moment are probably not ideal, and we need to schedule in a condition session, which will need to come much later on as well. So thank you for that. Okay, are you happy to accept that map?
Yes, ma'am, and perhaps it could be given a... I don't know what the applicant's numbering is at now, but is it 41 or
The next sequential number.
I'll have a look and see what that is, but we'll take it as a next consecutive number.
41. There you go.
It is 41, okay. Mr. Hardy, is there a key to the features on here?
As I indicated, I don't propose that this is the final version. I think it ought to be made cleaner. It's a matter that's just come to light. So I'm not sure. Mr. Welch has given it to me. In terms of the legend, is that what you're asking about, what the DF and the... We can provide that, and even if it's a working draft, I suspect we can do that fairly quickly today, but then we'll have a full typed-up version made available.
Yes, please. If you could have the final version. Ms. Anderson, is it something that you're able to understand, or we can maybe get some clarification on some of the...
I am aware of the planting scheme. Some of it has been already planted, so I am familiar, yes.
I'm guessing the SPSS is the species of different trees in that area.
So SS down the side, so Sitka spruce.
The DF is Douglas fir.
Douglas fir, exactly, so types of tree.
Thank you, that's fine. That means a bit more to me now.
Okay, Ma'am. Ms. Anderson has a precognition, summary precognition and report which sets out background, experience, qualifications and evidence. And, Ma'am, if we can just take these as all read. I only have two additional points in relation to some of the evidence that Mr. Welsh gave yesterday. Ms. Anderson, in relation to the first point, I think you were present throughout Mr. Welsh's evidence yesterday. And you'll recollect that we had a discussion about the special qualities of the RSA, and he, in my recollection, emphasised the valleys as the key special quality here. In light of Mr. Welsh's evidence, have you got anything to say on that? And perhaps if we have two documents to hand, if we have CD2 151, which I think Mr. Welsh was referred to, and also perhaps just to assist if we could have the plan that sets out the final turbine layout, CD2 35. Thanks. So just in relation to the evidence of Mr. Welsh on that point, what is your position?
Okay. In terms of those two plans, that is in relation to an additional point that I'm going to address in my evidence in chief concerning setback in terms of the location of the turbines. But I'd like first to address the RSA. I think we are agreed, Mr. Welsh and myself, that the citation or the description of the RSA is not detailed. Mr. Welsh yesterday said that he considered that the valleys were emphasised in that description. I don't agree with that, and I think it's also worth imagining what the landscape would look like if the uplands didn't comprise the multi-ridged peaks that are cited in the description. for example, if the valleys were contained by lower, less pronounced, a more subdued upland plateau, in that scenario, I think the valleys would not merit being designated. They wouldn't be that special. They would be like many other valleys elsewhere in Dumfries and Galloway. It is my opinion that it's the juxtaposition of the rugged uplands with the valleys which makes this landscape so special and merits its RSA designation. And I'd also say that it's the combination of uplands and valleys is also evident in other RSAs within Dumfries and Galloway, and particularly the southern uplands landscape character type, which is largely covered by RSA designation. For example, this occurs in the Thornhill uplands, which RSA, which we heard about yesterday in relation to the North Lowther wind energy PLI. And in that case, the southern uplands are juxtaposed with Nithsdale and other subsidiary valleys, which contributes to the scenic qualities of that RSA. It also occurs in the Moffat Hills RSA, where you get the southern uplands and the valleys below. It's my view that the uplands are integral to those RSAs and this particular RSA, and it isn't just the valleys that are the most important feature of the RSA. And I would just direct you, Ma'am, to paragraphs 8.15 to 8.20 in my inquiry report, where I talk about what makes scenery, and high-quality scenery is often about contrasts between different landscape character types. And I think this is epitomised by within the Langham Hills RSA.
Thank you. And in relation to the second point, again, you'll recollect that I had a discussion with Mr. Welsh yesterday about viewpoints 3, I think it was the wireframes and photomontages, and CD2186, and viewpoint 7, the wireframes and photomontages, and a discussion about the extent to which the wind farms, the wind turbines were set back in these viewpoints. Again, in relation to that evidence, have you got anything further to add?
I think if I can draw your attention, Ma'am, to figure 6.10, which is CD 2.151, I think. Is that correct? Yes. In that figure, you can make out LCT 10 in brackets 3, which is the used water valley. And you can see the turbine locations to the left of that. And you'll see that some of the turbines are almost on the boundary of that LCT. If you look at figure 3.6, which shows the detailed location of the turbines, you'll see that those particular turbines, which lie very close to the valley boundary, are turbines 20, 21 and 22. They were the turbines that, post-scoping, were reduced slightly in height. There are other turbines as well that you can see from figure 6.10, which lie close to both valleys It's the ones that are on the eastern edge, on the ridges and the peaks on the eastern edge, and also on the southwestern edge. I think it's important to note that the valley, those valleys do not just comprise the valley floor, which is more cultivated, but also the lower slopes. And also in landscape character classification, I'm no doubt that you will be aware that there is a transition that occurs between landscape character types. Whereas a firm boundary is shown on figure 6.10, in terms of the experience of that landscape, part of the valley will include the outer edge of the southern uplands, because that they form the valley, as it were, and contain it. It's important also, I consider, to not just think about views from roads, and there was an emphasis yesterday in Mr. Welsh's evidence about views from the A7 and from the B709 in each of those valleys. I accept that there will be intermittent views from the roads in those valleys, but I think it's important to note that people live in those valleys, and they're not always on the roads. There are many paths, many elevated paths in the surrounding uplands, but also lower down within the valleys. And there is settlement, and I'm not meaning from individual residential property, as we talked about yesterday in the inquiry, but people just walk around, walking dogs, whatever. It's in the vicinity of where they live. And in that instance, people are going to have more sustained views of the proposal, fewer of the intermittent views, particularly from elevated viewpoints. And then my final point really is about the distance. Mr. Welsh mentioned 3 kilometres distance. I understand, sort of implying that that was a good setback into the uplands. I don't agree. I think a fair few of the turbines within the proposal are well set back from the valleys, and you don't see them from the valleys. But I think at 3 kilometres distance, as we saw from viewpoints 3 and 7, these are very large structures, and they will appear overwhelming in many views from the valleys, but particularly from the elevated paths in the uplands surrounding the valleys too.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Mr. Hardy, do you have some questions for the witness?
I do. Just in terms of documents, going to start with some of the consultation documents, so that's 519, 535.
Sorry, Mr. Hardy, can you just slow down slightly? I'm a bit slow with writing this down.
Of course. 519, 535, 536. Then we're going to have a look at a couple of appeal decisions. So the Arcleoc extension, so that's 1572. Larbrax, which is WIN-170-2007. We're going to have a look at some guidance, so 12-19, 12-20. We're going to have a look at the capacity study. We're going to have a look at the underlying character assessment, the technical note on the RSA.
Can I have the CD numbers for all of these, please?
Yes. So 12-19, that's the landscape sensitivity study press release. 12-20 is the Nature's Scott draft landscape sensitivity assessment guidance. And to have a look at CD 12-009, that's the spatial planning for onshore wind turbines. The RSA is 12-14. APP 41, which is the planting plant we just put in. The visualisations we may turn to, and then reports, statements, recognitions. So we're all using different technology. And Ms. Anderson, and if you need more time or whatever, just do say, so we can all
It is a bit slow having to get the documents up. Okay, that's fine.
Don't need to explain that. I agree with you. Good. Right. Sometime since senior inquiry, you tell us that your qualifications and experience in your section 1. You tell us that you undertook the landscape and visual review for Nature Scott March 2020. Was that your first involvement with the site?
Yes, it was, yes.
Thank you. You're well known, I suspect, to everybody in the room, but your experience is set out in Annex A to your report. And I want to take this quite quickly. Your background has been in strategic landscape character assessment principally, hasn't it? It's not been in, you've certainly not designed any wind farms as far as I'm aware.
You're incorrect there, sir. I have. But a long time ago, when I was in private practice, when I worked for a company called Turnbull Jeffrey Partnership, I did have involvement in designing a wind farm.
Excellent. And where was that?
It was in Argyll and Bute. It was on the Kintyre Peninsula.
Thank you. What size of turbines was that?
They were quite small because it was many years ago. I think they were about 60 or 70 metres high.
Thank you. Other than that, am I right in saying that the work has principally been for authorities or for statutory bodies?
That's correct.
And it's been at or do different things in careers, principally at the strategic landscape side of things, hasn't it? So preparing character assessments and capacity studies and that sort of thing.
That's the majority of my work, but I do more detailed work as well.
Okay. And we take Annex A as read. One of the things that you, or points that you make about the LVIA in your report is that it lacked partiality, and there's some criticism that's made. Can we agree that the purpose of the LVIA, and certainly the purpose of evidence is to give objective professional assistance to the decision maker. That's what we're trying to do.
Actually, can I just correct you on that? I don't think you mean the LVIA, do you? Because I have not criticised the LVIA. I think it's a good LVIA, and I'm quite clear in saying that. I've said that in my inquiry report. I think perhaps you're meaning the EIA.
EIA.
Right.
All right. The EIA.
But maybe you could explain your point a bit more.
Yes, I can. There's some criticism made of a lack of partiality, and I'm just interested, and it isn't not going to engage in sort of tit for tat.
Sorry, could you give me an example
Yes,
of
I
where
can.
I've
It's
said
your
that?
paragraph 5.14 in your report, where I'm going to suggest that you stray into rather emotive language, which is inappropriate. So 5.14 of your report. What you say in conclusion, this proposal appears to have been principally driven by the desire to increase capacity at any cost. Landscape and visual issues have evidently taken a back seat against the desire to maximise returns. That isn't objective language, is it, that one would normally expect in landscape evidence?
I think that is objective language, and it doesn't relate to the LVIA. It relates, and I think, Ma'am, if you take it in context on this section of my inquiry report, section 5, it's principally looking at the location and the design of the proposal, and particularly in relation to section 3 of the EIA report, and the language that is used in that section of the report, which I think is impartial. Sorry, not impartial. It is biased. I have not criticised the LVIA. I think it is a good piece of work. So I do not agree with your comment on that.
I want to understand the difference between you and Nature Scott, if we can look at that. And the first of the consultation responses is at CD 519. So that's a letter which is produced by Neil or Niall Corbett, who's the operation manager. You have that?
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, and we can see that there's an inability, so it's on page 3, we're unable to comment on the landscape and visual impacts of this proposal. Doesn't mean we've taken a view. And then we're currently providing landscape and visual advice in only the highest priority circumstances. And then there are some bullet points which are set out. So at that stage, SNH were not proposing to do anything more with it.
Yes, it certainly appears like that from that letter.
If we could then go to 536. We'll see subject to painfully slow Wi-Fi. From that document, that is a response from Open, or on behalf of the applicant, and that runs through the consultation response. And what we learn from that is that it was the ECU that requested a response or a more substantive response from SNH. Do you agree with that? So the position 2019, albeit this is out of sequence, we're going to go back to the May response. But the reason that a detailed response was put in was because of a request made by the ECU.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So if you could then go to 535. So that's the 18th of May 2020. You tell us that your review was you undertook your review in March 2020. This response is written clearly by somebody else. It's not in your name. I want to understand the extent to which you made recommendations to Nature Scott as to the position that it ought to take.
In terms of the recommendations, when I'm commissioned to undertake reviews of wind farm proposals, it's usually commissioned by Matt Burnett in Nature Scott, and there is a discussion about whether they're likely to object or not. As an outside contractor or consultant, it is usually not my role to directly advise Nature Scott as to what their position would be. They would take it from there.
So your review informed the consultation response, clearly. Mm-hmm. Did you have a meeting, or was it done in writing?
Was it a meeting? Sorry, a meeting with Nature Scott?
Yes.
Telephone call.
Telephone call. And in that telephone call, did you advise or did you give your view that Nature Scott ought to be objecting?
No, I didn't, because they do not request that information.
So it doesn't go that far?
It doesn't go that far.
You have given evidence, obviously, on behalf of the Council that you don't think that the landscape is able to accommodate this wind farm. It's quite clear. So presumably your view is that the Nature Scott consultation response doesn't go far enough. There may be reasons for that, but you don't think it's strong enough.
I don't think it does go far enough, and I think there are certain, from my knowledge of how the organisation was working at that time, I know that there was a crisis in terms of resourcing, and my opinion is that this one slipped through the net. But obviously from their scoping report, they did have concerns about the proposal. And I do find it quite interesting that there doesn't seem to be a paper trail post-scoping. I have not come across anything formal in writing which gives some justification as to why they changed from their opinion from being likely to object at scoping to not even providing a review of the application until the Energy Consents Unit requested that. So I can't say what went on, but obviously there seems to be something odd because to sort of recognise that you could object at scoping stage, and then the scheme was, which comprised 49 turbines, I think, at that point, and there was an emission of only 4 turbines and a slight reduction in height for 5 turbines. I don't, in my opinion, see how that can equate to not objecting or sustaining that objection at application stage. But that is my opinion. I don't know in detail what went on in the organisation at that point, but what I do know is that there was a crisis in resourcing in terms of their landscape advisors.
Mm-hmm. That's helpful. We can't test any of that evidence, of course. So the facts that we've got are, I think, common between us now. But what you've just said doesn't sit easily, does it, with the cross-examination of Mr. Welch yesterday? Because what was put to him was that Nature Scott take a discerning approach. They don't object to everything, but what they will do is object where they believe there is a regional impact. That was the question that was put to Mr. Welch yesterday.
Yes.
So, if that's right, another explanation based on that line of questioning would be that Nature Scott looked at this and, applying that discerning approach, took the view that this was not a regional impact or a regional importance, and that it was content that it be left to others. That would be a fair interpretation, wouldn't it?
It could possibly be, but as I say, there is nothing to support that, or there's nothing in writing that I have found to suggest that that was the case.
No.
But no, that's it.
Then I don't know whether the questions were put on instructions, but there was a clear line yesterday that actually had been the product of a discerning approach. So do you agree, and your involvements with Nature Scott, do you agree that they do sometimes sort the wheat from the chaff, and they will prioritise resources and they pick the ones which are more important?
I think sometimes, yes, they will do, yes.
So it's at least a possibility here. And of course, it's not that they did nothing. There is a detailed letter, as we've seen, on the 18th of May 2020. It would not have been difficult at the end of that to summarise with an objection position and take that forward. So they did that. At some point, there appears to have been a decision made, notwithstanding the effects, not to take it forward as an objection.
Yes, obviously that happened. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I want to pick up now something that was dealt with in both cross-questioning yesterday and in chief this morning, and it was the key into this line of questioning is through that is through the point about turbines being set back, as you recall, questioning of Mr. Welch. And I think there were a number of times yesterday when Mr. Welch was taken to North Lowther when his evidence didn't carry the day, and there were questions put about his views expressed in that case. I'd like to go to the Arclaic extension, if we can, where I think it's fair to say your evidence didn't carry the day on this topic.
That's correct.
Yes. So if we could turn to that, which is CD 1572. And just to set the context, so you can all read the report, South Ayrshire, I think you prepared the capacity study.
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
And appeared on behalf of the council opposing the turbines in that case.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could look in the report at paragraphs 3.89 onwards. And I think we can just pick this point up as well. There was a regional designation in play, wasn't there, at Arclaic? That was the Bally, I think it was a scenic apex, I think it's the way it was described.
That's not quite correct, actually. There was an existing scenic designation, but there had been a review undertaken of local landscape designations a couple of years before that inquiry, though they were not formally adopted into the local development plan at that stage of the inquiry. So the objection of South Ayrshire Council was not on the local landscape designations, not on that basis.
But there was a designation, even if
yes,
even if the objection wasn't based on that,
yes,
there was a regional designation in place.
There was.
Yeah, thank you. So, 389, if we may. So, Mr. Welch there was appearing for the applicant. Significant landscape effects on the adjacent LCT 13 intimate pastoral valleys. LCT 14 Upper Glens require careful consideration. We note that the capacity study states that farm development be sited in the interior of this upland plateau set well back to avoid intrusion on adjacent smaller scale settled valleys and glens. It's a very similar point, isn't it, to the one we have here?
Yes.
And the Arcliac extensions would sit around 2 kilometres from the boundary of LCT 13 and 14. Opinions differ between South Ayrshire Council, that's yourself, and some objectors, the applicant, as to whether the location of the proposal would accord with the requirement to be, and then, quote, set well back, which is the way the question here. So we find, from the evidence provided in our site inspections, that there would be little visibility of the proposal from the lower sections of the Stinchar Valley. The additional wireline and baseline photograph provided by Harry Ellis shows the effects of the proposal on Stinchar Valley when viewed from the A714 at Pinwerry. Whilst the proposal would introduce turbines into this view, extent of intrusion would be limited, would not detract from the overall character of the valley landscape. More generally, along this stretch of road, topography and roadside vegetation means that other views of the turbines would be very limited. And then within the Dusk Valley part of LCT 13, theoretical visibility of the proposal varied. Council, as in yourself, considers significant adverse effects would occur on the part of the Dusk Valley, extending from approximately 2 kilometres to the south of Bar Hill at Artnock and Pinwerry. There's some viewpoints we perhaps don't need to go to. If we go to a couple of paragraph 396, we find overall there'd be limited locations within the Dusk Valley where the visibility of the proposed turbines would affect the intimate pastoral character of the valley due to rising topography to the north and south of the river and existing tree cover. There's another point in the general conclusions, or drawing together, I think it's paragraph 9.93, so that's the reporter's overall conclusions. So paragraph 9.93. And it's the 4th bullet point.
Sorry, I'm not there yet, Miss.
Don't.
9.93. I have it.
This is obviously Electricity Act, so section 36. I think the turbines are 200 metres to tip, so large turbines. Bullet point 4, proposal would be located within a moorland landscape already characterised by a wind farm development. The turbines would be sufficiently set back within the upland plateau, would not detract from the overall landscape character of the adjacent Dusk and Stinchar valleys or Glen Tig. The way it was put sort of yesterday was, Mr. Welch, how can you sort of possibly argue these are well set back? And there was discussion about 2 kilometres and so on. That's an example, isn't it, actually involving the same 2 witnesses where your view wasn't preferred and actually Mr. Welch's professional assessment carried the day.
That's correct, but that, of course, is just a landscape and visual view. It's obviously the reporters took lots of different aspects of the proposal into account. But yes, certainly there was a difference in opinion there. I wouldn't say that it was similar to the situation we have with Forside.
2 points there. The question wasn't put in relation to the overall planning balance. The question was put in relation to the LVIA and question of well set back. And on that particular point, similar considerations, it's right that Mr. Welch's evidence was preferred over yours. In other words, you don't, always get it. Your evidence doesn't always win, does it?
No.
No.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The second point is the similarities between the valleys and the need to set back on the lip is ultimately for the reporter to see what value she takes from that, isn't it? The comparability.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course it is, yes.
Thank you. In your, let's move away from that. We're going to come back to Larbrax a little bit later. In your report, Appendix B, so that is internal page 37. You have, there's a reference there to some of the guidance the LVA undertaken has been informed by the following guidance. You'll see the list guidelines for Olivia 3, siting and designing, wind farms, visual representations, assessing cumulative impact. Another piece of guidance that is useful in this case, can we agree, is that to be found at CD 12.9, which is the SNH spatial planning for onshore wind turbines and natural heritage considerations.
Useful in what respect, Mr. Hardy?
Well, let's look at it if we may. So, if you could turn that up, please.
Sorry, can you just give me the reference of that again?
Of course,
Was it,
yes.
12,
CD 12.9.
12.9.
Do you have that?
I do have it.
Yes, we see the introduction. Purpose of the guidance is to set out the main natural heritage considerations that should be taken into account when planning for onshore wind turbines. It's in line with SPP, provides further information that should underpin both spatial frameworks, wider information on planning for wind turbines in the development plan. It replaces the strategic locational guidance. And third paragraph, SPP, identifying clear need for wind energy development to be accommodated in appropriate locations. So guidance is aimed, next paragraph, at local planning authorities, but maybe also of use to a broader range of stakeholders, including development and community interest, by outlining how they can interpret natural heritage considerations, including in spatial frameworks. So this can help both site selection and development management. So it's got a strategic aim, but it's also specifically said to be useful to both sides of the, or all sides of the sector, and can be looked at in development management situations, doesn't it?
That's correct, but where does it say that it's useful for LVIA?
Well, we're looking at the overall position in relation to landscape and visual interests. So it's you're not going to suggest, are you, this is not a material document for the decision makers?
But you referenced Appendix B of my inquiry report,
Yes.
did you not?
Yes.
Which is a methodology for landscape and visual impact assessment.
Yes, I use that as a jumping off point for guidance that's been mentioned. All right, so if not for LVIA, for consideration of landscape and visual effects, perhaps taken more broadly, this is useful guidance, isn't it?
Well, it's not guidance for LVIA, so it would have no place in Appendix B of my inquiry report. I would not consider to put it there. But I do accept that it has some material use in terms of more strategic guidance on planning wind farm developments.
Well, it's very fair about LVIA. The reference to Annex B was a jumping-off point, really, in relation to guidance, but that caveat is accepted. But this document is useful, we are told by the authors, not only at the higher level, but also in terms of site selection and in the development management process. That's what the forward tells us, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And we're not going to go all the way through the document, but in fact, we can pick up just one reference at the bottom of that page, on the introduction page, which is that the guidance provides advice on additional assessments, such as landscape capacity studies, which can provide an evidence base for the development plan and the production of supplementary guidance, and then provides advice on natural heritage considerations in the development management process and refers to relevant guidance from SNH and others. So it's definitely in play, isn't it, when we're looking at landscape and visual, location, siting impacts. It's a useful document.
At the strategic level, yes.
Well, no. In terms of, it's also useful at development management, at the development management level, isn't it? That's what the authors tell us.
Yes, that's correct. Strategic level in terms of planning, but yes, it provides an overview. It assists in development management, but I wouldn't say it was sufficiently detailed, because LVIA, for example, will provide much more information than a sort of document such as this,
So
a guidance document.
It says what it says, and I'll leave the reporter to read that. Let's have a look at Annex 1, Landscape Objectives. So that's at the back of the document. And we see three categories there, don't we? We see landscape protection. The aim of landscape protection, doing what it says on the tin, to maintain the existing landscape and visual resource. Then we have landscape accommodation, which we'll come back to, in landscape change. Now, landscape accommodation, I just want to alight on for a moment. The aim of landscape accommodation is to retain the overall character of the landscape, yet accepting that development may be allowed, which will have an impact on the landscape at the local scale. Development fits with the landscape and doesn't change its character to a significant extent. Landscape accommodation implies there may be important landscape-related constraints in terms of the siting, design and scale of wind farms, but that suitably designed wind farms can be compatible with this objective. And then we get the bold text. Within local landscape designations, wildland areas, the degree of landscape protection will be less than for national scenic areas. In these areas, an appropriate objective may be to accommodate wind farms rather than seek landscape protection. Where this approach is chosen, the justification will need to be clearly articulated in relevant planning policy. So, a number of points. It's clearly principally directed at development plan, but we know that there is referability to development management. What it tells us is that within local landscape designations, such as the one we've got here, that accommodation can be a suitable objective, doesn't it?
It says
May, yes, can be. I use that phrase.
It does, but it also states in the non-bold text, the aim of landscape accommodation is to retain the overall character of the landscape. I don't think this proposal does that.
Well, you have to read on, don't you, because that's half the sentence. So to retain the overall character of the landscape, yet accepting that development may be allowed, which will have an impact on the landscape at the local scale.
Well, I would dispute the local scale, and I think we did address local and localised impacts. I certainly addressed that in my recognition. I think that needs some looking at. But the last sentence of that paragraph is that development fits with the landscape and does not change its character to a significant extent. Well, I consider that this proposal does do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to get you to change your mind, Sam. Don't worry. Clearly, that's why we're here. But the point of this guidance is that when you're looking at local landscape designations, accommodation, so accepting that there may be change, is in this middle category in the guidance, isn't it? So what we're looking at is, well, retain overall character while accepting that you might have development. What you've got to do is see the extent of that change and whether or not that's acceptable.
Exactly.
What it does do, and I think this is common ground anyway, is to place the RSA within a hierarchy, and it is not to be oversold, isn't it? It's important, but it's certainly not some form of prohibition on wind farm development or indeed an undue restriction. What one is looking to do, if you take this advice, is to see how that can be accommodated, but accommodated satisfactorily.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll go to the particular RSA in a little while, but I want to see how that might play out in practice. And there was debate yesterday with Mr. Welch about other schemes that were within RSAs. You recall that questioning?
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to go, if we may, to the Larbrax appeal decision, which is at CD 15-7.
I have that, Mr. Harding.
Okay. And in particular, I want to go to paragraphs 26 to 35. And then to paragraph 40, to paragraph 43. I'm being let down by my technology, so if you just give me a moment. Have you got that there? Right. It is paragraph 26.
It's 26 to 35
And then
40 to 43.
And then 43 is the... So, if we could start with 26, this is a good route way into the capacity study, which we'll come back to as well. But the capacity study is a useful indicator of the relative ease with which a particular landscape might accommodate a particular type of wind farm. However, it's no substitute for site-specific site and proposal-specific assessment of landscape and visual effects. That's agreed between us, isn't it? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. As has been carried out by the appellant, or the development-specific analysis that's being carried out in response to this proposal by the Planning Authority and SNH. The fact that the capacity study effectively rules out the possibility of developing a wind farm of the scale proposed anywhere in within the Rhinds Peninsula is a material consideration, but in no way obliges me to dismiss the appeal. We're going to come back to the capacity study, but we only want to go to this appeal decision once. That's agreed, isn't it, in relation to the capacity study? It's a material consideration, but it certainly doesn't dictate any particular result.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So there's then a description of the coastline. 28, there is an acceptance of major adverse effects on the landscape. Then we get to 29, majority of the site within the designated RINS coastal regional scenic area. That's one of 10 designated areas of special scenic interest. And the appellant there agreed high sensitivity to change. We get to NE2 then, paragraph 30, expecting the siting and design to respect the special qualities. That's the same point as we have here. Appellant contends special qualities have not been formally defined. That again is agreed. It's the same position here. We'll come back to the character, what we do have, but there is no formal definition of the special qualities here, is there? In our case at 470.
In our case,
yes.
No.
So that's the same as at Lardrax.
That's correct.
Yes.
You can, however, define the special qualities, as indeed Mr. Welsh has in the LVIA and his inquiry report from those descriptions, but they are not set out formally as special qualities in the description.
That's not surprising because this RSA, the RINS RSA, is in the same document, isn't it,
yes.
as the one we
yes,
have?
It is.
So the same problems or the same shortcomings. So what the reporter was doing here is saying, look, it's agreed there's no formal definition. So what I've got to do is look at the what I consider to be the key characteristics, and I've got to do that myself. That's what he does.
Yes.
So they then, in paragraph 31, responses to proposal by SNH and the planning authority's landscape architect make specific reference to appreciation of coastal views, attractive rocky coastline and the dominant presence of the sea. I agree with the appellant's conclusion that these statements define the special qualities of the RSA. That's that informal process, isn't it? So it's not formally defined, but we're looking for what the key characteristics and what might serve as a list of special qualities. That's what was done here and what we're trying to do here at Foresight. Yeah, thank you. So proposed development built on the farmland. I'm not going to go through all the site-specific stuff. We get to paragraph 34. We get to overall. Therefore, I conclude there would be a small number of locations where there would be significant harm to the special qualities of the RSA, contrary to policy NE2. But for the majority of the designated landscape, the proposal would have no significant effect on those qualities. So in this case, that process of definition and then looking at where within the designated area they might be affected, and in that case it was a small part. You see that in paragraph?
That appears to be the reporter's conclusion, yes.
Paragraph 35. So as the proposed development would significantly harm the landscape character and scenic quality of some parts of the RSA, and as it's not been demonstrated that it could not take place elsewhere, it would not accord with policy NE2. However, I note this is a general, it's not a wind farm specific policy. It's also necessary to bear in mind that harm to the RSA's special qualities would be localised rather than wide-ranging, and that commercial scale wind farms will almost always lead to some significant adverse landscape character effects. Therefore, if the policy is not to act as an embargo on such development, which would be inconsistent with national policy given the RSA is not a designation of national importance, care must be taken when assessing the weight to be given to this policy conflict. So that's Reporter Bullier dealing with this development plan policy. It's a different RSA, but one which is from the same clutch of RSAs. Mm-hmm. And that approach, can we agree, the reporter focuses on those parts of the RSA where there would be impact on those special qualities and urges caution about treating the RSA with any more caution. Otherwise, there's a risk of treating it as giving it more weight than it deserves and effectively treating it as an embargo. That's the language, isn't it, in paragraph 35?
Yes.
Thank you. So, can we agree if it's a planning policy matter, then do say so. But in terms of treatment of the RSA, the reporter might look at what reporter Bullier had to say at Larbrax and say, that's a fair approach to take here with the RSA that we have.
I think it would be a fair approach, and I suspect that the reporter will consider the extent of effects, the nature of the development. Larbrax was much smaller turbines, which have not yet been built, despite being approved many years ago. So that all needs to be considered in the round, as I'm sure the reporter will do.
Yes, it's about approach, isn't it? Of course, factually different location, different turbines, but it's the approach to having a... you haven't got a defined list of special qualities, so the process of finding out what they are, but also then in a proportionate way looking at the weight that should be attached to harm to those special qualities in a smaller area of the total designation. That's the transferable part, isn't it, to this case?
Yes.
And can we just, for my note, agree that those paragraphs, or if the reporter were to say, yes, reporter Bullier got that right in terms of approach, not on the facts, but on approach, were to use that approach here, that you'd be content?
I think the approach is fine. It's considering effects on the special qualities, as I have done on my assessment, and that would need to be taken into account.
Yeah.
The nature of the development, the extent of the effects, and the nature of those effects as well.
That's very fair. Thank you very much. So you can put that away and turn then, if we may, with that sort of test or that approach fresh in our minds, to the RSA here. So this is at CD 1214. And it's page 40. I think it's quite well thumbed. And just looking at the approach that we've agreed, we're trying to focus in on what's important, what's good about the Langham Hills. The weight of emphasis is on the contribution that the Usewater and the Esk River valleys and their confluence make to the designation, isn't it? There are lots of other things that are said, but the weight of emphasis is on that.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Yeah, this page 40, what we're told about the Langham Hills says a number of things. Of course, there's lots of text. But the weight of emphasis is on the contribution that the Usewater and the Esk River valleys and their confluence make to the designation.
No, I don't agree with that, and I've said so in my evidence in chief.
Well, if we look at the language, the first paragraph, the RSA centres on the combinations of upland glen and other attractive valley landscapes of Eskdale and Uwswater Valley, the adjacent southern uplands. That's got a strong starting point, isn't it? It's saying, yes, we'll come to the meaning of adjacent southern uplands in a moment, but it's the combination of the glen and the other attractive valley landscapes, the Eskdale and Uwswater Valley, with those uplands. The emphasis on the valleys, isn't it?
No, I don't read that at all. It says, and the adjacent southern uplands. It's not the emphasis, as I've been very clear in my inquiry report, is the combination, which it very clearly says in the first sentence. So it's the combination of the glens and the valleys and the southern uplands, not just the valleys.
It isn't. I'm not going to suggest that the uplands are not important. It's about the emphasis. That's the point that's being made. And we can read on in the second paragraph. The designated area continues north and east to the local authority boundary. It was extended northwestwards along the Esk Valley as far as Bentpath. The landscape character changes gradually along this valley. A strong visual watershed of Great Hill has been selected to form the boundary, so on and so forth. There, of course, is juxtaposition. It's valley and upland. But it's right, isn't it? And certainly the case put by Mr. Welsh on behalf of the applicant is that the emphasis, a greater emphasis, if you like, is on the valleys and the valley sides.
No, I don't agree with that. The second paragraph on page 40, it largely sets out the boundaries. The third paragraph is more descriptive. I don't agree that there is an emphasis on the valleys. There may be more description of the valleys because they are two separate entities, but that, in my mind, does not mean that there is an emphasis on them in terms of the importance of the valleys within that RSA designation.
Well, let's look to see if there's any further evidence in this document to support my proposition. And we can see at the bottom of page 40 that you have the little table of the landscape character types, the character units, and the extent to which they're included. You can see that Southern Uplands, then LCT 19. So the Terrace, the North Langholm, the East Langholm LCUs. And what you see is something quite specific. And that is the extent of inclusion is the uplands from the A7 East. So from the A7, actually just looking at the designation, one can see that they are more extensive to the east, out to the local authority boundary. What it then says is that you've got plus the flanks of Mid Eskdale and the Uwes Valley, including the major areas of Heather Moorland. So there is a distinction drawn, isn't there, between the uplands from the A7 East to the local authority boundary and the flanks of Mid Eskdale and the Uwes Valley.
I don't agree that there's a distinction. I think you're reading it a lot more into it than there is. I think it's just the way of writing it. I don't know if you're meaning that saying plus flanks sort of reduces the importance of the Mid Eskdale and Uwes Valley uplands either side of there. I don't agree. I think it's a very brief description. The author had to get quite a lot of information in a couple of sentences, well, one sentence, I think you're reading too much into
Well, we'll
it.
read some more because there's other points that perhaps have to we need to discuss. Of course, this is not to say the applicant's case is not to say that there aren't other things in this designation apart from values. That's not the case. It's about weighting, and it's about proportionality. And I think a question was put to Mr. Welch yesterday. We could deal with this about value. I think the question was put all parts within the designation have equivalent value. Have you heard that answer?
Yes.
Yeah. That, of course, is not the same thing as sensitivity, is it? And variations across an RSA like this are going to happen. You're going to have more sensitive parts than not. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So let's go back to the table. In the Upland Glen LCT and the LCU, then the U's, you've got the entire U's valley. So there's nothing else in the description there. It's about the valley, isn't it?
Sorry, you're meaning against Upland Glen?
Upland Glen
LCT.
LCT 10, you've got the entire U's valley. That's yeah. So it's nothing else that's mentioned. It's just the valley.
Well, that's because it's against the Upland Glen LCT. You wouldn't expect it to have anything other than the valley in it, would you?
Well, what we're looking for is, as we just looked for in the Larbrax case, without formal definition, we're looking for those bits, the goodness, the things which are best, proportion, emphasis. And to the extent, I agree that this is a summary, but people summarise things for a reason, don't they? They take the key parts, and the point remains, it's the valley, it's not anything else.
I think this summary has been done for a purpose. It's because the as I understand the history to the RSA designation, when the landscape character assessment for Dumfries and Galloway was undertaken in 1998, I understand that there was a review and a sort of closer alignment with landscape character types. So I think what this was doing was trying to list the character types, obviously, and the units, and just relate it to that. It doesn't accord with current guidance on local landscape designations in terms of how you would describe them and define special landscape qualities. So I think you're reading too much into this, and I don't agree that the emphasis is on the valleys, as I have explained in my evidence in chief.
Well, we'll come on to the next part over the page to see whether you're right about that. So we've got that table in terms of the extent included. Then we get to the boundaries, so how the boundaries were defined. So that's page 41. And you'll see there to the north and northeast, defined by the local authority boundary, no corresponding designations in Scottish borders. And we know, don't we, from the extent included that in the table that was the uplands to the east of the A7 out to the local authority boundary. That's what we're told. So that explains that. Then we get to the southeast. We've got the visual envelope of the Taras Valley. And then to the south, we've got the boundaries, the visual envelope of the Eskdale Narrow Wooded Valley, as far south as where it opens out above the confluence with the Little Water. And then to the west, we've got this. We've got enclosing visual horizons of Eskdale and Hughes Valley, and extended northwest to include Upper Eskdale as far north as major visual watershed of Great Hill. So the boundary, we're told, are the enclosing visual horizons of the Eskdale and Hughes Valley. That's there for a purpose, isn't it? That isn't just an administrative thing. That's actually about choice.
Choice in terms of selecting boundaries?
Choice in terms of telling a reader what they may be interested in placing greater emphasis on. And the point that that Mr. Welch is making is that there are lots of good things in the RSA. Of course there are. We're not diminishing everything. Absolutely not. But the emphasis is on the valleys. And the question is whether or not in this case the applicant has successfully set the turbines back sufficiently that the visual horizons of the Eskdale and Neuse valleys would be satisfactorily protected. It's about emphasis, isn't it?
No, I don't agree. It is not on the valleys. It is the whole of the RSA and all the landscape character types that are within it that are important, and they all make up those scenic combinations that are the overriding characteristic of this RSA. In terms of the visual horizons that's mentioned in the table on page 41, that does largely depend on where you're standing and how elevated your view is. So I think what you might be saying is, or implying, is that it's the visual horizon from within the valleys, but it doesn't say that.
Well, that's exactly what it says, Miss Anderson, isn't it? I mean,
No, sorry, can I interrupt, Mr. Hardy? It does not. It doesn't say where you're standing. It just says of the valley. It doesn't say you can appreciate the valley from elevated viewpoints within the uplands. It's not relating it to viewpoints.
Well, of course, this will be a matter for the reporter to decide, and it's ultimately for submissions. It doesn't say that anywhere, does it, about the adjacent uplands? In the references that we've got, you may sound reading too much into it, but what we have is the text, and we have enclosing visual horizons of Eskdale and Neuse Valley, and we've got the other references. Nowhere does it say of equal value are the views high up on the adjacent uplands, does it?
It's not specific enough to say that. It's not detailed enough. But I would go back to the first paragraph on page 40, and I think that encapsulates the character of this RSA. It's the combinations of upland glen, other attractive valley landscapes, and the adjacent southern uplands.
Yeah.
That is key to this RSA.
Well, of course, you read that, and this is what, and perhaps leave this here, because I'm not going to get you to agree, Ms. Anderson. It's just to ventilate the difference. It's the juxtaposition of valley landscape and adjacent southern uplands, but to be read in the context of how the extent of the RSA and the boundaries were defined, and the emphasis there is on the enclosing, it's not my words, the enclosing visual horizons of Eskdales and Neuse Valley, which are going to be, from the valley, you have the valley sides, you have the lips. That is what is good, isn't it? Or that is the most precious part of this RSA.
No, I don't agree with that. I think you also need to take into account that the particular tract of upland that the proposal is located in is relatively narrow, and it lies relatively close to the confluence of the Neuse water and the Esk, and that increases the sensitivity of the development site, and that's because your line, it's pivotal to that RSA, and it's where you get those particularly scenic combinations as close to the confluence, where the uplands, the valleys converge, and the upland tracks, the separate upland tracks converge too.
Now, I've put to you some specific textual references. So in this pages. So within the main description, but within the table, within the definition of the boundaries. So it won't be any surprise that that will come back in closing as to why we say that this text justifies our position. I want to understand from you where, or the textual references that you're relying on, because the answer I've got at the moment is the first sentence, and then it doesn't say that expressly. So I want to get to be fair to you. You tell me, you looking quizzical. I asked you, you tell me where it says the uplands, so up above, where that was treated in the same way as the, say, the enclosed visual horizons, which is on page 41. So I want to understand from you where in this document or the textual description that you rely on to say that the emphasis is equally on the uplands.
It is the first introductory paragraph, and I have said that before. It's the combination. I think that as an introduction encapsulates the reason for designation.
So, absolutely fair. I want to be fair to you. That's it. Is it's just that first sentence?
It's not just that. It is also strengthened by reference to the smooth, rounded, multi-ridged peaks of the southern uplands in the third paragraph.
Let me take a note of this, because obviously it's important to me. Yep.
So the third paragraph.
So first paragraph.
The first paragraph introduces the RSA.
Yep.
It encapsulates the reasons for designation, in my view. The second paragraph is largely about boundaries, visual envelopes, etc. The third paragraph provides a little bit more detail, not sufficient, I would say, but a bit more detail about the characteristics. And it very clearly says in the first sentence, the smooth, rounded, multi-ridged peaks on either side of the Ouse Valley. And there are other references in there where there are references to the valleys in there. But I think it's because there are a number of valleys, and particularly the two principal valleys, that there is probably more description about the valleys. But I think the key is these smooth, rounded, multi-ridged peaks that are a key. And then there's other references to Great Hill and dramatic scenery, etc., in other parts of that description.
As I say, I want to be very clear. Is that that's your evidence on the reading of the RSA? Because it's an exhaustive list, in other words. Is that?
It is, but I think when you local landscape designations, some of them have more detailed citations with special landscape qualities defined. Others do not. It depends on whether there has been a local landscape designation review and how detailed that has been. I think it is recognised that with some local landscape designations that a bit of interpretation is needed, and field assessment work and definition of special landscape qualities undertaken by the assessor, as was recognised in the Larbrax PLI that you took me to.
Absolutely, that's what Mr. Welch has done. That's what we say are the special qualities. The difference between us is clear, and thank you very much for those answers. So I want to move on now to the capacity cinema. It's 11 o'clock. Do you want to take a break?
I'm just wondering if we should just give the witness a small break, and the rest of us,
course.
if we come back in 10 minutes, 10 plus 11. Thank you. Okay, I see everyone's back. Can we resume the questions of Ms. Anderson?
Thank you very much. Let's move on to a different topic, which is going to bring in the capacity study. And I'm only going to ask questions about the D&G side of things. I'm going to leave the board as material to Ms McDermott when we get to her. So just make that plain. And to get into this topic, I want to go to CD 1219, first of all, which is the press release for from Nature Scott. Do you have that?
I have it. So what do you think?
Thank you very much. And it's a bit disjointed, the document, but how to do it. Any landscape sensitivity study is based on a detailed landscape character assessment. Then there's the Natural England material, Scottish draft consulted on. And then the guidance we see at the bottom of the page builds on techniques from the Landscape Character Assessment Guidance Topic Paper 6 of 2002 and Nature Scott Research on Good Practice in 2010, leading to a toolkit which is going to be revised. And then onshore wind energy landscape sensitivity studies over the page. NS has worked with several planning authorities in Scotland to produce a landscape sensitivity study for wind energy. Should help inform site selection. And then such studies only look at the landscape and visual impacts of wind energy development. You can see some examples below. Wind energy studies should not be referred to as capacity studies, as no local or regional targets are available on which to determine the capacity for development. Landscape sensitivity assessment should reflect the purpose, which is to provide a strategic assessment of relative landscape and visual sensitivity to certain defined forms of development. That's helpful, isn't it? There's more detail in the guidance which we'll turn to. That's helpful capturing the change, if you like, which is to make sure that studies don't wander into matters which are led by planning and by national policy, but stick to sensitivity to turbines. That's the flavour of it, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
And that's because capacity largely depends on how many you want. If you want 1,000, it's a very different proposition to wanting 5.
That's correct. It's a historic thing in that SNH, as they were then, commissioned a lot of what they called capacity studies for not just wind farm development, but for aquaculture, etc. And they were called capacity studies stemming from guidance, very early guidance. But that has changed. One of the aspects of the new guidance is that that the study should be less prescriptive in terms of defining scope, but they will stand alone more as landscape and visual sensitivity assessments.
Yes, I think we're agreeing. I mean, the reason for that, let's turn on in the documents to CD 1220. Got paragraphs 6, 7 and 8 under section 1, introduction. None of this is controversial, I assume. Landscape sensitivity, measure of the ability of landscape to accommodate change arising from specified development types. Sensitivity assessments or studies provide an indication of this in a manner robust, repeatable and capable of standing up to scrutiny.
Sorry, Mr. Hardy, could I just interrupt?
Yeah.
I understood that we had the final version of this document as a core document because it was just recently issued.
I'm reading from the draft, obviously.
You're
in the
draft.
draft.
I don't think it has changed hugely, but it has changed in some.
We ought to refer to the document. If I may,
Ma'am, just to assist, it's 1234 is the final version, and this has been obviously superseded, this draft.
what I'm going to do is ask the questions based on the draft. Then let's go to the because these are definitional points which I'm sure are not going to be controversial anyway. So landscape sensitivity is defined, isn't there, as a measurement of ability to accommodate change. That's fair enough. Sensitivity studies then never a substitute for site and proposal-specific LVIAs. That's, of course, agreed. Yes?
Yes.
Studies can inform strategic site location, helping to steer it away towards better locations and informing LVIA. That's fair enough. Over the page, then, 8. Links with related guidance to data assessment techniques broadly based on LCA topic paper 6. Then we get the equation. And in the past, this is perhaps the key point, in the past, many capacity studies often dealt with susceptibility rather than capacity. Capacity is determined by the need for a target amount of development, while sensitivity is not. That's the key sentence, isn't it?
Yes.
And put shortly, it rather depends on how many turbines those sitting in government say should come about. That's capacity, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. But I think it was a bit of a misnomer actually using the term capacity, because quite often those studies in the past did not have predetermined target amounts of development to consider.
Yes. So let's look at the new wording then, which is paragraph 10. So that's in the final version. So in the past, many so-called capacity studies actually dealt with susceptibility rather than capacity. So that sentence has changed from in the past, many capacity studies often dealt with susceptibility rather than capacity. And then capacity is determined by wider spatial planning, societal and technical considerations. So the language has changed, but the point is not, isn't it? That's politics, that's national objectives, that's what society wants, and so on.
That's correct.
Yeah. And what that means is that sensitivity studies need to focus on precisely that, sensitivity or to change, susceptibility and sensitivity to a particular type of development, rather than coming to a view that there may or may not be capacity for turbines.
That's correct.
Thank you. And to the extent that that is not done and has not informed the capacity study, there would be a need to review, wouldn't there? Following this guidance, a need to review older studies.
Well, I think in paragraph 10 of the guidance, it does say most older studies should be considered as landscape sensitivity assessments. So the bulk of the work is there already in those studies. Many of the studies are periodically reviewed or have been in the past, largely due to increasing turbine sizes. And there may be a need to review. I cannot say that it would be a major piece of work to do that for the Dumfries and Galloway capacity study, and that's largely because it is a sensitivity assessment. It's not a susceptibility assessment. It's a sensitivity assessment because it considers value. But the bulk of the work in that study it is a sensitivity assessment. Mm-hmm. The capacity element, if you can call it that, particularly in the Dumfries and Galloway study, it was really a short paragraph at the end of each landscape character type, which interpreted the sensitivity assessment ratings. So, for example, a high sensitivity rating equaled no scope for development. So all it would need doing is to take out that paragraph, so there isn't that interpretation of no scope, limited scope, some scope. There were sort of definitions which equated to different levels of sensitivity.
See, we're told in paragraph 12 of the new guidance that publication of this document provides planning authorities and other agencies with guidance to prepare or update their existing assessments in line with current thinking and practice. Existing assessments provide useful evidence and understanding to inform spatial planning. However, updating may well be beneficial, particularly for wind farm studies, as development patterns and technology change. Existing assessment criteria are likely to remain relevant and can form the basis for updating an assessment. So, with that in mind, can we agree that the extent to which the D&G capacity study talks about capacity would not be in a line with this guidance and would require amendment?
Yes, it would not, in terms of capacity, it doesn't really talk about capacity, it talks more about scope, which I'm equating as being the same or similar. Mm-hmm. In terms of that, it doesn't align with this guidance, that is correct. I think it would need to be considered as to whether it was necessary to update it. I'm not certain that it would be merited. It only says may well be beneficial in paragraph 12. And I think obviously it would be up to the council to make that decision, because all it would be doing is omitting a very small part of that study, because the sensitivity assessment, the criteria, the method of doing the sensitivity assessment is largely in place and has been carried out in accordance with the guidance. Yeah.
We're going to disagree on that, of course,
okay.
Because the study does go further than that, and where it talks, I mean, we'll come to some examples, but 24.3, just an example, there's no scope for the very large typology turbines. This is paragraph 24.3. There's no scope for the very large typology turbines, 150 metres, to be accommodated in either of these landscape units due to increased impacts that could occur on more sensitive landscapes. If scope is to be read as capacity, it's the same thing in your language, that offends, doesn't it, the guidance that we've just looked at. The guidance is saying you strip out views on whether or not you can or can't, and what sensitivity assessment should stick to is what they're good at. That is sensitivity to particular types of development.
That's correct, but what I'm saying is that I think it's a relatively minor part of the work that has gone into that capacity study. Mm-hmm. It is essentially a landscape and visual sensitivity assessment. Mm-hmm. And you will see when you look through the report, Ma'am, that there's a lot of detailed sensitivity assessment tables. So, yes, I accept that the sections of the report which talk about scope, they're usually within the guidance for development. that would need to be stripped out, as
Yes.
you put it. I do agree with that.
Well, I think the degree of amendment that's to be required is not going to be agreed between. As we say, that's root and branch. You're saying that it's partial, but at least we've got agreement on some parts being stripped out. If the document was to take account of technology change, so particularly tall turbines, that is something that paragraph 12 suggests might require an amendment as well, isn't it?
That's correct, and as I mentioned before, a number of the studies have been updated to take account of changing technology.
Yes.
That's what's recognised in that paragraph
But
of
this
the
one
guidance.
hasn't. So in D&G that hasn't, because...
Right, sorry, if I could just answer
of
that.
course.
It was revised in 2020, I think.
Yes.
It was issued. The field work was done a couple of years before that. Yes, things have taken great strides since then, so it maybe does require some updating, but it is one of the most recently updated studies, sensitivity studies, within Scotland. There have been some that have been updated more recently in Moray, for example, but being issued in 2020 is not that old, but obviously the technology has changed and it may need to be looked at again in future.
We need to look back at some of the history, because it isn't as simple as that, as Alison, I'm going to suggest. And I want to look at the background and how it came about, but I also want to pick up a reference as to why this has added importance in this case. And for that, it's a reference back in the RSA paper. So that's at CD 1214. We perhaps don't. You want to go to it, page 3. There is a link. Do you have that? 3. So the research upon which the capacity study was compiled goes back in time, doesn't it? So in 2011, the council adopted the landscape capacity study. Yeah. So it's not a case of 2 years since 2020. Actually, the underlying research, there was a bit of a refresh, but we'll come on to that. The bulk of the work, the underlying work, is dated.
The underlying work was based on the landscape character assessment,
Yes.
which was refined for the purposes of the study.
And
sorry.
I don't want to stop. No, sorry, I thought you.
Not quite. I'm not understanding what you're meaning. That it. Sorry. Could you just repeat the question?
Yes, factually, the capacity study was adopted in 2011. So the work which went into the capacity study was done before 2011, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Yeah. The 2016 review, which we'll come on to, of the study only undertook sensitivity assessments for very large turbines in landscape character types where scope for the large topology was identified in the original 2011 study. That's right as well, isn't it? You can pick up the reference to that. It's paragraph 2.4.3 of the study, if you want.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, putting those 2 points together, the reason that certain LCTs, LCT 19 you can take as an example, is excluded is based on an assessment that was carried out pre-2011. That must follow.
That's correct.
Yes.
But what I would say is that landscapes and visual sensitivity doesn't change, but it does change in relation to cumulative effects potentially. But in general, the sensitivity doesn't change despite the change in the size of the technology.
That's not what Nature Scott has to say, is it? I mean, we've just looked at paragraph 12 and read it again. Existing assessments provide useful evidence and understanding to inform spatial planning. However, updating may well be beneficial, particularly for wind farm studies, as development patterns and technology change.
That is really relating to studies which didn't look at turbines over a certain height. So if the study looked at turbines up to 100 metres or 150 metres, so it's really considering larger scale turbine development. My view is that landscape and visual sensitivity does not change. It would change with larger turbines, but detrimental change would be my view, and sensitivity would be increased.
But you've just explained exactly why the D&G capacity study needs to be updated, because the reason why here LCT, and I think we've agreed this LC19 is excluded, is based on the assessment that was 2011. This study didn't, has never looked, has it, at modern tall turbines?
It looked at turbines up to 200 metres in the review in 2016. But my point is that I consider it is entirely reasonable to have discounted the southern uplands, the rugged southern uplands landscape character type from consideration of taller turbines because of the conclusions that were reached in 2011 in the study, because it was considered to be of high sensitivity to smaller turbines, and therefore it follows that there would be an increased sensitivity with even taller turbines.
Well, it may need to be looked at again with modern eyes, and I think what you just said has to be read in the context of what the study says itself. And if you want to go to paragraph 2.4.3, which is on internal page 11, we're told that the 2016 review of the capacity study only undertook sensitivity assessments for very large turbines in landscape character types areas where scope for the large topology was identified in the original 2011 study. So tall turbines in LCT 19 fall at the first hurdle, don't they? They were never included. They never have been looked at.
And I think reasonably so.
Well, that's a matter for submission. So there's a read across between the RSA, what we're told on page 3 of the RSA paper, is the Council adopted the Dumfries land capacity study, which provides updated information on landscape character in relation to wind energy development. The RSAs have not been revised in the period since the capacity study was produced. And although several of the RSA descriptions in Part 3 below refer to interest in wind energy developments, this interest now extends across most of the region. The capacity study should therefore be referred to alongside this report when considering potential onshore wind energy proposals within or potentially impacting on all RSAs. So the point is this, that with that cross-reference, if you have an out-of-date capacity study, we can disagree about the extent of that, that will, to the degree of read-across, infect the RSA paper as well, won't it? The RSA paper expressly refers to the character study. It says you've got to look at these both together. If the capacity study is out of date, that will also cause an effect for the RSA paper.
I don't think it does, actually. I do not accept that it's wholly out of date, as for the reasons I've expressed earlier. And I think there was strong justification for focusing, in effect, scoping out landscape character types that it was considered were of such high sensitivity that they couldn't accommodate very large turbines.
Then the degree of that editing, the scalpel, and how far that goes will be a matter for submissions, Ms Anderson. So let's look at the character assessment, if we may, because that will give us some clues about history and provenance. So the character assessment is at 12.1. Do you have that? And we can see that this is produced by LUC in 1998. However, the work that was done, we're told, was even earlier than that. So in the introduction at 1.1, so on internal page 1, that they were commissioned in April 1994. See that? And the study produced over the following 4 years. That, even if it's the 1998 date, precedes the 2002 topic paper 6 of 2002 by 4 years, doesn't it? So just as a matter of fact, we can agree it can't have taken that into account because it didn't exist. So to the extent that there are differences or there was guidance on the approach, the character assessment cannot have taken that 2002 guidance into account.
Sorry, Mr. Hardy, I don't think you mean the topic paper, do you? Do you mean the guidance on landscape character assessment?
Yes.
Right, okay.
The guidance.
The topic paper really related to capacity studies.
2002. Because it predated it, matter of fact, it didn't take it into account.
That's correct.
And there's been no revision of the character of the landscape assessment since then.
That's not correct, Mr. Hardy. There has been a review undertaken by Nature Scott of landscape character assessment across all of Scotland, and that's now on their online landscape classification.
Yes, that is true. But in terms of the area-specific landscape assessment, that is, I'm right, aren't I? There has not been a more specific assessment commissioned since this LUC study.
I'm not understanding what you're meaning by specific. The Nature Scott review looked at all of the landscape character assessments that had been done for different regions across Scotland, and there was some review of boundaries, of descriptions to make them more consistent across different regions, and that largely supersedes the landscape character assessments, the published landscape character assessments, which this is one of the earlier ones. So it's now all online with descriptions that you can click on a map. I suspect the reporter may have seen that.
Absolutely, so have I, but that's a different point, isn't it? That's a review undertaken by Nature Scott. This document here, the document that was produced by LUC, is the one that the council refers to and was the building block for the capacity study, wasn't it? That's what we're told.
It was, because that's what was there at the time, but I'm not understanding your questioning. Why would that need to be reviewed when there is a national review that has taken place?
Well, the point of these questions, Miss Anson, is this: that the matrix, there's a series of building blocks. So there's the landscape assessment, then there is the capacity study, then there is the RSA technical paper. They are all interlinked and they built on each other. And the proposition is they aren't up to date, they don't comply with guidance, and are long in the tooth. That's the proposition.
I don't agree with that. The landscape character assessment that was done in 1998, I think LUC at that time were very well aware of landscape character assessment and its purpose and how you undertook it. It is actually a pretty good landscape character assessment, although it has been done some time ago. And the reason that LUC were at the time at the forefront of landscape character assessment with Caris Swanwick, their relationship with Caris Swanwick, who actually wrote the guidance for landscape character assessment, and she worked with them. Mm-hmm. So I don't agree that this is long in the tooth, as you put it. I think it is a very systematic piece of work that, yes, needs updating in terms of development that's taken place, changes in land use, etc. But those are relatively minor tweaks. The landscape has largely stayed the same in many parts of Dumfries and Galloway.
Mm-hmm. Just pick up a couple of references in the document, and I'm going to be very fair to you. I want to pick up references which are not particularly helpful towards this development. Paragraph or page 72.
Mr. Hardy, sorry, which document are we talking
So this is in the landscape appraisal, the LUC study. And this is a section that's looking at changes in the landscape and wind farms. So summary of key landscape issues you can see on page 65, and then there's a table which starts on page 69, landscape types where wind farm development would be detrimental to the landscape character. And then you have, that's on page 69.
Sorry, Mr. Hardy, it's making me go a bit cross-eyed having to scroll through this. Was it 72 that you mentioned?
So this is in a section dealing with changes in the landscape and wind farms. So just to contextualise this, it starts on page 64 or so. Then we have the table, which starts on page 69, which is called a preliminary analysis as a starting point for assessing potential for wind farm development. And then there are different categories of landscape. So it starts on 69 with those landscape types where wind farm development would be detrimental to the landscape character. You see that at the top?
Yes.
Yep. And then over the page 70, you have areas of search with limited potential. So up the scale, if you like. Yeah?
Yes.
And then over the page again at 72, you've got area of search with the greatest potential. Of course, this is back in the day. I'm not making too much of it, but it's interesting that there's a reference there, southern uplands, dramatic topography and large scale of this landscape type offers potential for the accommodation of wind turbines. There are, however, extensive areas of recognised scenic values, e.g. the Lowther Hills, where the awe-inspiring glacial geomorphology and wild character are widely appreciated. Potential for wind turbines should therefore be limited to the less dramatic landforms where access is available. Sites allowing a hillside backclothing and avoiding disrupting views between peaks would be preferable. Relationship with mining areas, former industrial activity might also be appropriate. So I said, being fair and reading parts which aren't necessarily helpful. But in this document, with the caveats, size of turbines and so on, the southern uplands were identified in that preliminary assessment as being areas of search with the greatest potential, weren't they?
That's correct, but they were also considering turbines that were much, much smaller than those
Absolutely.
today.
Yep.
I suspect, I think there is a reference somewhere in this document, but I think they would have been no more than 60 metres high to blade
Absolutely.
tip.
This, of course, is 25 years ago. Just for completeness, then, the southern uplands types. Internal page 174 for type 19. And you can see on page 175, key characteristics: large, smooth dome, conical shaped hills, predominantly grass covered, open and exposed character except within incised valleys. Distinctive dark brown purple heather, pockets of woodlands, stone dikes, legacy of lead and other mining activity. And the reference over the page then to Wind Farms, page 176. Landscape type satisfies most of the technical requirements for wind power generation. Scale of relief may also allow wind turbines to be accommodated without significant visual impact. It's very attractive, scenically valued landscape type requiring very careful guidance. General principles for location within this type should be to avoid breaking skyline, avoid locations which are most visible from the main valleys and their roads, and be sited so as to follow the contours where possible. Best locations likely to be on cols or shoulders between hill masses where turbines could be kept below the general horizon level. As discussed above under forestry, would be inappropriate to site wind turbines within areas of recognised scenic value or where awe-inspiring glacial geomorphology is dominant characteristic. Areas of bland landform, especially those remote from settlements and popular recreation areas, routes would be most appropriate. So I read that in its fullness. There are lots of points you will say count against this scheme, but there is an interesting reference even then, isn't there, to the avoiding locations which are most visible from the main valleys and their roads.
And I think that needs to, again, be taken into context with the size of turbines they were considering at that time, around sort of 60 metres high, and bringing it back to the Dumfries and Galloway Landscape Wind Capacity Study. It was considered that in the southern uplands landscape character type there was scope, sensitivity was lower for turbines up to 50 metres high to blade tip in certain locations.
Yes.
So I don't think there is an incompatibility, and I do not. Yes, obviously the development type has changed in terms of its scale, but I think the landscape doesn't change. The underlying landscape doesn't change, and the key characteristics so much. And this is why I think that this is a valid study still. Yeah,
the point, of course, about being set back or avoiding locations which are most visible from the main valleys and their roads doesn't change, does it, with the type or the height of turbines? Because yes, these are taller turbines, but the evidence from Mr. Welch, which will be considered by the reporter, is whether or not they're well set back or not, whether they're 50, 100, 150. It doesn't matter, does it, that point?
Oh yes, I think it does. The taller the turbine, the less opportunity you have to reduce visibility from the valleys, and it does depend on how many turbines there are in the scheme, whether you can set them back sufficiently, but the taller the turbine, in general there will be more intrusion.
Yes, but the point of the sentence is to avoid locations where they're most visible from the main valleys and their roads. Clearly there is a disagreement about the extent to which these turbines are set back. We're not going to agree on that. But to the extent they are set back and they protect those valleys and valley roads, the actual height of the turbines doesn't matter, does it? If they are 150 metres but well set back, that principle would be accorded with.
I think you're rather oversimplifying things. Yes, the setting back means that the intrusion is lessened because they are set well back in the uplands and they are not as close to main communications, areas where people live, etc., and to smaller scale landscape character, which is, characteristic of the valleys. But precise location is also important to consider.
Let's just look, before we leave this document then, at 19A. So that's page 178, 179. And we can see in the key characteristics large, smooth, dome-shaped hills with large-scale dark green plantations on slopes, Sitka spruce dominated, interspersed with larch, changing landscape, large-scale felling, ploughing and replanting, and then we've got key landscape issues, their potential wind farm development. You can see in that in the bullet point list. And then over the page, wind farms, the large-scale topography of this landscape type should be able to accommodate the scale of wind turbines. This would, however, require siting below ridge and summit lines in positions which provide backclothing from main viewpoints. Locations in open ground and forest-dominated areas should seek to utilise as far as possible any forestry and local access roads. Scale of the landscape might be able to accommodate large wind farms, approximately 20 number turbines, but environmental assessment should seek to ensure they're not intervisible and do not dominate consecutive view sheds. So, again, with all the caveats, size of turbines and so on, the point there recognised is that there was a greater ability to accommodate wind turbines, and that's largely on account of the forest cover, isn't it?
It is largely on account of the forest cover, it would appear, but they don't talk about views from valleys. And I think it is the location of the southern uplands with forestry landscape character type does tend to be more remote from the more settled parts of valleys.
So let's turn into the capacity study itself.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hardy, there is another thing that I should say. In the description of the southern uplands with forestry, a key matter of where it differs considerably from the description of the southern uplands in this landscape character assessment, but also on the online Nature Scott updated landscape character assessment, is that the awe-inspiring or dramatic sculpted forms of the landscape are not noted under the southern uplands with forestry, but they are definitely a characteristic, a notable characteristic for the southern uplands. And I think your point, Mr. Hardy, was about wind farms and the acceptability of wind farms being related to the fact that they're largely forested, these uplands. It's not just that, I would suspect. I think it's also because of differences in their character in terms of the landform. You're not getting this particularly sculpted landform, partly because it's masked by forestry in some areas, but in general across Dumfries and Galloway, and we have to take into account that these character types occur in different parts of Dumfries and Galloway, but partly because forestry is generally associated with the simpler sort of land-formed areas. It's easier to plant on less steep slopes.
Well, that's very
essentially
helpful as a segue into the capacity studies, because I'm not going to go into all of the LCT descriptions. I think that's been done, and the reporter can look at that. But there's a disagreement over the similarity between the southern uplands and the uplands with forest, and that was what was discussed with Mr. Welch yesterday at some length. And what he says is that there is a greater degree of consistency than you, and actually that's an area which has got the highest potential, and the read across from the with forest to without is strong, and that's the basis of his argument, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. One of the points, and there seemed to be some considerable disagreement over that, and I was interested why reference wasn't made to what seems to me to be the pertinent part of the document, which is on page 409. So in the capacity study, I think the capacity study is picked up in two places, isn't it? There's the 2017 version, which I think is in the D&G documents, and then there is the 2020 amended version, which I think is in the landscape sections. It matters not, because my reading of the documents is the page references are the same, subject to a table at the start with some underlining. So it matters not. I'm on page 409. I'm looking
Of the capacity study?
Of the capacity study, yes.
Okay, can you just give me the reference number, please?
That is 903. 903. $409. Do you have that? Yes, it's a long document. It's 409.
I have that.
Just to introduce where this is in the document, it's in Annex C, so the page before. So review of the landscape assessment. D&G landscape assessment, as we know, undertaken in 1998, form part of the national programme. We've reviewed the study in detail, field work. Third paragraph, S&H currently reviewing the national character assessments, expected that some but not all of the changes to classification made for purposes of the capacity study will be adopted in the revised assessment. Cross-boundary characterisation of the landscape characterisation related work. So this was in a chapter where the authors were looking or explaining about a review that they'd undertaken of the earlier work. Yeah? Over the page then, they've got their key findings. So detailed review of the Dumfries and Galloway landscape assessment. So during our review and fieldwork, we focused on verifying the descriptions within the character assessment against the key characteristics likely to be sensitive to wind farm developments. And we noted the following. We don't need to. The foothills 18 is the first point. Second point, then, don't need to deal with. Then we get to this, the third bullet point, second bullet point in the middle column. The upland character types of the southern uplands and the southern uplands with forest appear more homogeneous and consistent in terms of key characteristics within each type. There are, however, some differences in character in the southern uplands type 19, Nithsdale unit, and the northwestern part of the Lowther unit. So Mr. Welch wasn't taken to this point. And his argument about consistency is exactly what's been said here, isn't it, by the authors of this review?
I think that perhaps could have been worded a bit more clearly. What that means is that within each type, the units are homogeneous and consistent. So there are a number of units which are geographically distinct and are shown on the little map that precedes the sensitivity assessment. Because what we were reviewing when we looked at the Dumfries and Galloway landscape assessment was how consistent the key characteristics were within each of the units. So what it really related to was the units within each of the types and the consistency within that type.
That isn't what this says, Miss Anderson. You might want to rewrite it. It's not talking about units, is it? Let's read it again. I'll put the question. Upland character types of the southern uplands and southern uplands with forest appear more homogeneous and consistent in terms of key characteristics within each type. What that is saying, if you read the rest, you can talk to contextualise this in relation to foothills at 18. It is talking about consistency between the southern uplands 19 and the southern uplands with forest 19A type, isn't it?
It could be interpreted as meaning that, but I would say that it's not particularly clear, but actually, as being the principal author of the study, what its meaning is consistency across the type. So it's about the consistency in the different units that there are. And this is what the review really related to, because it was undertaken for the purposes of the sensitivity assessment. So where there were inconsistencies, then there would be definitions, defined definitions of particular landscape character types, or revisions of boundaries or classification for the purposes of the study.
Yes, I don't accept that, in the sense that have come in submissions, because elsewhere in that list, you'll see on page 409, you only have to go down one bullet point. If you want to talk about units, you talk about units. So there are a few major differences between the landscape units of the Uplands Glen. So, and there are other examples as well. So where you wanted to be precise, and you come across as a very precise lady, if you don't mind me saying, where you want to talk about units, you talk about units. Where you want to talk about types, you talk about types. And the wording of that bullet point too is crystal clear, isn't it? It's talking about consistency and homogeneity between 19 and 19A.
No, I don't think it is clear, and it could have been worded better, but that was not the intention. It's really across the units. And I think that is evident from the sensitivity assessment, the detailed sensitivity assessment that formed the bulk of the report and the study, that there were considered to be some differences within the key characteristics. Not all of them, but there are differences, one of the key being the forest cover.
Well, I'll make my submissions on a straight interpretation of that. Sanderson put the point. Now, picking up on that last point, where forest cover is one of the key differentiators. If you could have a look at the plan that I put in this morning, so that's AEPP 41.
You just have a paper copy of that. It's not been scanned or anything yet.
I'm afraid we haven't scanned it in because it's not a final version of the plan. I think. Yes. Tell you what, you just take mine. I think I've given the others away, haven't I? It's there, is that it? It's only a rough calculation, but about, we think, a third of the currently open area of the site has been planted, hasn't it?
My understanding is it's not all been planted at the to date. Parts of it have been planted. I've been walking in that area, so the planting has commenced.
It has all been planted. Obviously, that's
Okay.
a matter that the reporter can see. Certainly, those are my instructions. So, if I'm right, then about a third of the open area of the site has already been planted.
I'll have to accept your word from it. I've just seen parts of it as I've been walking some of the Langham walk routes.
Reporter can see, can't you?
Yes.
On a site visit, but just on the assumption that that's been planted, we can see from the legend, certainly the one I've got, and I think you understood that to be tree type. So SS Sitka spruce VP. What is that? Tell us the variety. Yes. Sitka spruce VP, and then Sitka spruce lodgepole pine, Sitka spruce Scots pine. So those are the tree varieties down the side. Predominance of Sitka spruce. You agree?
Yes, I do agree. The VP is various pine usually. That's the notation. Should also be explained that there are broadleaves as well included.
Yes. So to the extent that the with forest LCT, the final comment under that last line of questions, is one of the key differentiators was forest cover. So to the extent that that made a difference in terms of carrying capacity of LC19A, the reporter ought to take into account, can we agree, the extent of the afforestation that's taking place here?
Not necessarily. I think she might wish to consider it for different reasons. In terms of the sensitivity, and I presume that you're relating this to the capacity study.
Yes.
There is already forestry in that landscape character type. It is the degree and extent of forestry that matters, and that's the differentiation between the southern uplands with forestry and the southern uplands. The southern uplands with forestry is extensively forest. The majority of the area is forested. In terms of this land use change, it represents a very small part of that overall landscape character type 19 across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, and indeed within the study area. What also needs to be considered is that that forestry, from what I've seen on the ground, is located largely, it's related, the design, to the valleys. It's the slopes of the valleys, not the floor of the valleys, but above, because they've got open ground and broadleaf planting in some of the valleys. But the coniferous element is on the lower slopes. It's not over the tops of the hills, and it's not over the more prominent hills that lie adjacent to the U's and the Esk valleys.
Yes. We don't accept that for this simple reason. When you look at the plans and maps, I'm going to ask you to take out figure 2.1a. So that's from the AI of 2020. So if you've got that, I'll let you get that, but if you have that and then also the plan APP 41 available, so you can key that into the...
I don't have a hard copy of that. Is that...
yes, it will be. I could if I knew it. Let me have a look. .4, I'm told. Right. We're all we're facing these IT difficulties. I don't know whether it's helpful even to hold it up, Sanderson, but
I've got my own maps.
right. Yes, you see, what you were saying is, look, woodland is already in this LCT, and therefore the suggestion seemed to be, look, this is small scale, it's not going to make any difference because the woodland is there anyway. That seemed to be the point you were making. And, you know, very graphically, if I'm to hold the map up, the planting, you're familiar, I think, with this planting because you tell us you've been on walk 14, haven't you? That's Langholm, it's the walk 14, yeah. The planting scheme is the orange sign. And bushwood, bank end wood, are here. They're tiny units, aren't they? To describe that area as a small, non-transforming element is simply not right, is it? It is a much bigger parcel of afforestation in that.
But you are putting words into my mouth. I didn't say it was small and inconsequential. I did not say that. I think it is consequential, of consequence. It is a large planted area. But there are, I think you need to take into account the extent. You asked me a question in terms of LCT 19, the southern uplands, and I think taken as a whole, it is not of consequence because there are woodlands within the southern uplands that are nearly as large as that, if not as large. So you have to take the overall characteristics when you're defining those character types. The other aspect is the design of that woodland. As I said, it is largely confined to the slopes, not the hilltops. Whereas with the southern uplands with forest, the Eskdale Muir, the Crake Forest, which I know very well from having done a number of forestry studies in that area, it is what people term blanket forestry. Mm-hmm. It was designed by different standards, very poor design standards, it has to be said, in many instances. I think this particular scheme is not of that ilk. It's a more recent scheme which has to accord with the forestry standards.
Mm-hmm. The point is this, the degree of homogeneity between 19 and 19A is in dispute. One of the characteristics that is relied on in terms of difference between higher carrying capacity and relatively low carrying capacity is forestry, isn't it? And the point being that, to that extent, it's worthy of note that what is now agreed as a large planted area, covering, I'm going to say, approximately a third of the open area of the site, has just been put in.
I have explained a number of times, Mr. Hardy, that it's not just principally the forest cover, the extent of forest cover. Yes, that is a factor, but there are other factors, particularly in this instance, mm-hmm. And within this study area, and those are dependent on the geographic location of this landscape character type between the Esk and the Ouse Valley, mm-hmm. and also the pronounced form of the hills in that particular area around Crumpton Hill, mm-hmm. And on the periphery of the valleys.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, the reporter will make of that what she will. Visual effects. I'm not going to take you through the montage. It seems to me that the reporter can go to the viewpoints, can travel up and down the A7 and so on. You've got your points and we've got ours. So I'm not going to do that. There is simply noted to be disagreement, and the three areas principally of visual effect disagreement is marked in your report. Similarly, yesterday your advocate indicated that cumulative it's not really the issue, is it?
It's not a big issue. It's really the location and the design of this proposal.
Mm-hmm. You don't take a point in relation to residential amenity?
That's correct.
Just a miscellaneous question. You'll be aware, I'm sure, of the very substantial glass house which has been constructed beneath the Craig wind farm.
I have seen it, yes.
Were you... you're sort of smiling. I don't know. It's very large, isn't it? And it's very prominent. And the reporter will see that when she's driving around. Were you asked to comment on that at all? Was that
No, I wasn't.
It's at a a height, I'm told by Mr. Welch, of 230 metres AOD. It's high up, isn't it?
It's relatively high up. It's in a little cavity, which does help alleviate some of the impact of it.
Uh-huh. And at the moment, it's white. I don't know. We were trying to work out whether that is plastic protected covering over the glass or whether that's actually the finished product. I don't know whether you know. Mm-hmm. And in terms of the impact, have you had the chance to form a view on how that sits with the special qualities of the RSA?
I haven't, no.
Do you agree that it's interesting, at least, the report will have to look at that development to see how that sits with interpretation of the RSA for this wind farm and that type of development?
I don't think it really equates to putting 27 200-metre high turbines in the RSA.
Well, that depends on one's predilection, doesn't it, towards turbines to some extent. But the reporter can see that anyway, but you can't take that matter any further.
Right, can I just correct you on that?
Yes.
I form an impartial view about developments when I review them. It's not to do with my opinion of turbines, it's to do with the siting of them, and some are sited in good locations, others are not. In my view, this one is not sited in a good location.
But particularly if developers, you think, are chasing the coin, that causes you, doesn't it, some concern? We go right back to the start of cross-questioning, where you said landscape and visual issues have evidently taken a backseat against the desire to maximise returns. That's not an objective look at effects. What you're saying is they're the developers trying to get rich, and you think that they have placed too little an emphasis on the matters that bother you.
I'm taking that at face value from what is said in the EIA, or rather what is not said, very little in way of landscape and visual objectives.
Ms Anderson, that's all I'm going to do with you. I'm going to pick up the Boarders' questions with Ms McDermott.
Thank you. I'm presuming there aren't any questions for the witness from other people in the room, but I'll just ask just in case there are.
Thank you. No. No, nothing arising from my perspective, Imam.
Mr. Mundell?
No, nothing arising from you.
Excuse me. I just have a couple of questions, and then I think we'll break for lunch. If there are any other matters that you want to raise, Mr. Armstrong, are there likely to be any cross-examination following my questions?
Ma'am, I've got nothing so far.
It was just really picking up on the point, a couple of points really. We focused quite a lot on talking about the valleys and the relationships, and that's for me to have a look at based on the evidence that's been put into me. But have you got any idea what the population of the Hughes Valley is? You talked earlier about kind of, I think you referred to settlements, but there are groups of properties along that area. Do you have any understanding of how many people live in the Hughes Valley particularly?
I don't, Ma'am, I'm afraid, no. It might be something that could be raised with the community tomorrow. Okay,
I can maybe explore that with them. And secondly, in terms of the landscape capacity study that's been done for Dumfries and Galloway, do you know at all whether there is a review underway in the council on that, based on the taking it more into a sensitivity study? I think you mentioned that some of it may well be looked at.
I don't know. I'm not aware of anything.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Armstrong, any questions from you?
No, ma'am, but we could clarify the position with the review. I'm pretty certain there is not any programmed review, but we'll get that clarified.
Yeah, that would be helpful, just in case it's any additional information that I need to obtain. Thank you. Right, it's 12:25 roughly. I think we'll finish for lunch, come back in here at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Just before we hear from Mr. Steele, who's the witness for Foresight Community Group, I just want to confirm you put in a precognition yesterday afternoon, which the fly's annoying you again. Sorry, but yeah, Mr. Steele's precognition came through yesterday afternoon. Did everybody receive that?
Yes.
You did. Yeah. Okay.
It's late, and I think I have to take responsibility for that. I'm sorry. I don't think it says anything new, though, so there should be no disadvantage.
Yeah, it's a 6-page document. I have it here because the Wi-Fi is a bit dodgy, but I've managed to download it, so I've got a copy in front of me if I haven't got a paper copy. That's fine. So we'll put, I think maybe Maria's already placed it on the website. If not, she will do. Do you have a spec paper copy? I can work off this. It's fine.
Right.
Thank you. Right. Mr. Campbell, do you want to introduce your witness?
Thank you. Can I introduce Mark Steele to the inquiry, please? He is the landscape witness for the Foresight Group. Mr. Steele, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have in front of you, please, your written statement, which doubles as an inquiry statement, and also Appendix 6.2, which is the applicant's residential visual amenity assessment.
I have it.
The third thing I'd like you to have, please, is CD 1218, which is the Residential Visual Amenity Assessment Technical Note 219.
I have that as well.
In case I need to refer to that. If I may avoid taking you through your professional qualifications, let's just say we can agree that you've done this before.
Correct. Yes, I think it's the 63rd inquiry after that.
Thank you. You're instructed by the group only in relation to the question of residential amenity, not to wider landscape and visual assessment questions. And with that in mind, in your written submission, could we begin by going to paragraph 3.1.7, which is on page 17.
I have it.
Thank you. In that paragraph, you say this section will test the assumptions on which the RVA findings are based, as well as assessing the effects on the living condition of residents of the following representative properties. And they follow 5 bullet points. I think I'm right that you want to discuss the first 4 of them, and that you do so in the ensuing paragraphs.
That's correct.
Yes. Can I then ask you to explain one by one, please, your reference to these properties, and tell me why you think they're important?
What I wanted to do is to take the opportunity of discussing these 4 properties in the context of Mr. Welsh's evidence yesterday. He mentioned various aspects of residential amenity which I feel need to be picked up with specific reference to these properties. If we could start with property 03, Riverside Lodge. Unfortunately, I refer to this as Riverside Cottage in a couple of occasions, so if one corrects that. From Riverside Lodge, there are 22 turbines visible, 16 hubs, the distance closest turbine of 1.55 kilometres, so relatively close. The house is orientated directly toward the wind farm, and picture windows were mentioned yesterday as being an issue that's important, and there are 2 large picture windows on the front facade of this particular building. In terms of viewing it from the public road, there's a large beech hedge immediately to the front of the house adjacent to the road, and one could easily come to the conclusion that that hedge would screen the development in the distance. But when one actually goes into the grounds of the property and up to the front of the house, it becomes apparent that one would see over the top of that hedge. So the hedge itself wouldn't screen the development. Beyond the hedge are some deciduous trees which, during the summer months, would provide some partial screening of the proposed development. And then beyond that, there's a coniferous commercial forestry plantation. Now, it's quite difficult to make the judgment, and we'll see when we come on to the next property as to whether any turbines would be seen above that. But I think the assumption that I'm prepared to make is that they would be screened by the existing forestry as it stands. However, the adjacent block of forestry has recently been felled, and there are signs of wind blow where the recent gales have taken down trees in the block of forest that still remains. So there must be a question as to when it's likely to be felled, and it's of a size which would suggest that that's certainly going to be within the foreseeable future, and certainly within the lifetime of the proposed development. And that in turn would open up views of the development, and in those circumstances the living conditions for residents of Riverside Lodge would be adversely affected. And the final point is that was raised, that daytime occupancy was raised by Mr. Welsh yesterday, and indeed that particular property is occupied during the daytime. That's correct. Common Brae is next door to Riverside Lodge, but sits much higher up the slope than Riverside Lodge. There's a window in the gable end of the building, which is a window from the living room. So it has a level of importance as a consequence of that. Something that's not obvious from the public road is the extent of the garden ground, which extends up the slope above the house. And if one goes up to that point, one can see over the top of the coniferous forest that exists, and one would be exposed to views of the proposed development. If one stands outside the window in the gable end, and it's, to be fair, quite difficult to judge, and this is something you perhaps need to look at on site, is, in my view, the turbines would actually be seen over and above the top of the coniferous forest at that point, but it's difficult to determine how many. If one looks at the wire lines that have been provided, one has to treat those with a bit of caution because they're not produced at the same scale as the visualizations that have been produced. And one has to make the judgments against the topography that's shown. That's the easiest way to do it, and particularly the topography to the left of the view. But in my opinion, that some of the turbines at least would be visible above the existing coniferous woodland there. And the level of effect, therefore the magnitude of effect, would increase if that forestry were removed. And again, in this situation, you've got daytime occupancy, and again, we have to come to the conclusion, therefore, that there would be adverse effects on the living conditions of those residents.
Could you put your microphone on, please?
Sorry, beg your pardon. 3.2.7, you say these adverse effects are likely to be compounded by the effects of aviation lighting. I don't think you've done, in and of itself, a study of aviation lighting, have you, for this purpose?
No, but there will be a number of lit turbines visible from both these properties, assuming that there was visibility of the hub height of the turbines, because the perimeter ones are lit.
Can we move on to Blackclough then, which you deal with at 3.3 in the statement? It's the third bullet point, third bullet at 3.1.7.
I have to give a finger on anything. With Black Clough, the property is orientated, or the main facade is orientated away from the proposed development, but on the facade that faces towards the development, there's a small pergola and bench seat, which rather suggests that it's somewhere that they choose to sit and take in the view. But the principal concern here, or principal effects, are likely to occur on the access to and from the property along its private track. So really the issue here is whether it's accepted that effects from the private track are a legitimate concern or not. And Mr. Welsh correctly quoted from the definition of the curtilage in the guidance, but there are other aspects of the guidance which clarify this point to a greater degree perhaps. So if we could go to CD 12.18, paragraph 411, I think we get some clarity.
If you could go there, please, just in your own time.
And what that says is when evaluating the baseline, it is recommended that the following aspects are considered. And then the first bullet point talks about the domestic curtilage, which was what was defined yesterday. But then it goes, and views as experienced when arriving at or leaving the property, for example, from private driveways or access tracks. I think so. Yes, the definition of curtilage excluded private driveways and access tracks, but this particular paragraph adds that to the definition of curtilage. If we then go on to paragraph 414, the fourth bullet point, it says extent to which development / landscape change would be visible from the property or parts of, having regard to views from principal rooms, the domestic curtilage and the private access route, taking into account seasonal and diurnal variations. So, and that's for, if you look at the beginning of that paragraph, for describing and evaluating the predicted magnitude of visual change and related visual amenity effects. So it seems to be, from my reading of the guidance, that the effects upon the access route are considered to be relevant. And if that were the case, then the residents of Black Clough would, or the residential amenity would be adversely affected, but that would be related specifically to the garden ground where the garden bench is and the access track as one was leaving the site. Now, those effects upon the access track have been increased since the original RVAA was prepared because a block of existing forestry has been felled that would have otherwise screened views at that point, or partially screened views.
Thank you. You took us to paragraph 4.14, which contains a list of considerations, and I think they're described there as considerations which provide a framework. How should we understand that language? What does that mean?
That's basically the criteria against which you evaluate the magnitude of change and the resultant effects upon visual amenity.
Can we assume that it's a matter of judgment as to which ones you apply and which ones you don't, or the extent,
yes,
the greater or lesser extent to which you apply them?
Yes, not all will be relevant to all particular residential properties, but one should address them if they are relevant.
Reverting then to 3.1.7 in your statement, property number 18, I think, is Rigfoot, and you deal with that at 3.4 in the statement on page 23.
Now, with Rigfoot, the main facade is orientated away from the turbines, but there are three windows to the rear of the house, including the window from the living room, as well as a bedroom and a bathroom at that point. The previous occupants had actually a sweep patio outside the living room window, which would have been facing directly toward the proposed development. The existing and new residents are planning to build a deck and sitting area just to the side of the house, which would also have views up towards the development. So although their main view, if you like, is away from the development, there are aspects of the garden ground, and particularly the new deck that they're proposing, which will have direct views of the proposed development. Now, there are a couple of points regarding Rigfoot that were mentioned by Mr. Welsh yesterday that are relevant. One is that he mentioned a quarry. Now, there's a borough pit that's being excavated adjacent to the access track for the construction of a new forest access road for bringing out timber from that area, and that's what that is. So it's not a quarry as such, it's a borough pit. And the next thing is that there was discussion about the existing forest planting on the slopes of the hill at that point. Now, when I did my assessment, I was aware that there was forestry planting on the lower slopes, and I've since taken a look at the drawing that was issued this morning. And there's a couple of points I want to make there. The first one is that the area immediately adjacent to Rigfoot and on the side or to the west of the house is an archaeological site, so no planting can occur there. So even within their garden ground, they can't have any planting, and they can't put any buildings up or anything. It has to be just mown grass. So in the immediate vicinity of the property, there's no screening. Beyond that, there's a hill that's coloured in yellow, or a hill slope that's coloured in yellow on this drawing. And my understanding that NS stands for native shrubs. So it's as far as the resident was understood, there would be no tree planting there. So that means that in the middle distance, if you like, there wouldn't be any screening effect. And the third point is that this forestry planting has only just gone in, and therefore it's going to take a number of years, a quite considerable number of years, before it has a screening effect of the turbines. The final point is that several turbines are visible, 6 in all, but 3 in particular on the left of the view, if you like, are the most prominent, and 2 of those would be lit, so that they would be noticeable during the night as well.
Your microphone, Mr. Campbell.
Beg your pardon. In Chapter 4 of this statement, you deal with the assessment of visual effects on dispersed communities and settlements. Without asking you to repeat any of that, have you said everything you want to say on that topic in Chapter 4?
Yes, I think the issue there is one of when is it appropriate to include properties within RVAA and when it isn't. And distance is obviously one criterion, but there are examples of, as I discussed in that whole section without going to them in detail, where one might have thought it might be appropriate to at least include it. The guidance says on the cover that it's not prescriptive, so whilst 2 kilometres is a reasonable starting point and was like generally used in that context, there are instances where one might go beyond 2 kilometres, and indeed instances where one go under 2 kilometres, depending on the prevailing circumstances. Oh, I would say that in terms of your visits, I would go to the 4 properties I've just discussed, but in terms of more distant properties at Burnt Path, I would go to Heronskill, if the residents are amenable to them.
I think that's shown at page 3 of the appendix to your written statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that broadly equates with viewpoint 8, does it?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any more questions, in Chief.
Mr. Hardy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steele. I'm going to take this very shortly, if I may, not because things you say aren't relevant, but they are matters which the reporter ought to take into account on a site visit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's nothing like a site visit to come to a view on this.
So
frankly.
what I'm not going to do is descend to the detail of the four properties that you identified. I think you've just added another one, which is absolutely fine. Because the reporter can read what's said, can read what you said, and ultimately I think that's more fruitful in terms of use of time.
I agree.
In general terms, there's no disagreement, is there, that we're looking for a threshold which passes from where matters are of private interest into those of a public interest.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And whether you use the Ennifer Downs test, Carlin Cross, and all of those English decisions, or the Scottish decisions as that, then took that on, or you use the definition in the guidance that's been produced, they're all trying to do the same thing, aren't they? They're trying to set that threshold point.
Yes, that's correct.
Ultimately, it's not a matter for a landscape consultant to form the judgment on acceptability. That's for the planners. What you're doing and what the RVAS did was to look at the nature of the impact.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. And you raise a number of points which I can do with sort of in general, and that one of those is about accessibility from public locations as opposed to going inside the property. Ultimately, it'd be a matter for the reporter. She's going to go inside the properties anyway. But it is perfectly sensible, isn't it, to form a view based on being outside of the properties. You can, experienced assessors can do that. It may not be perfect, but they are able to form a professional judgment.
As long as that judgment is qualified by the assumptions that are made. A good example here is from White Clough. One might imagine that the intervening coniferous forest would screen the proposed development when you're standing on the road, but when one walks up to the property and looks from outside the living room window, one would come to a different conclusion. So there's nothing like actually feet on the ground to actually come to a more reasoned judgment.
I'm very happy to accept that. Of course, the more information that you've got, the better that the reporter is going to have the benefit of going in the properties. And that will help, won't it, in terms of gaining an understanding of how the house is used, internal circulation, whether they are primary, secondary rooms, and so on. That's all good.
Yeah, that's all good, but also that applies to how the external space is used as well.
And how the external space is used, I agree with you. Then whether or not people have front gardens, back gardens, seating areas, patios, all of that can all be taken into account, can't it?
Indeed.
But that doesn't stop a robust RVAS being done when external access only is used.
I disagree with that, because you could say you can describe it as robust if you want, but it's less robust than actually visiting the site itself.
I'm happy to accept less robust, I think, of course.
So therefore, the key to it is to actually be open about the assumptions that are made and put it in those terms, rather than saying they're actually taken from the individual properties themselves.
Yeah, I mean, just take up 30 seconds on that. You wouldn't suggest that during the COVID pandemic that you couldn't undertake an RVAS. If people don't allow you in their house because of a COVID regulation, you get on, don't you, and you do an RVAS?
That's not true. If the original assessment was done prior to the COVID restrictions. When I did my assessment, the COVID restrictions were in place, and I got permission to go into the gardens, but not the properties themselves.
All right, so you get a little bit further on. Or to take another example, and we've had this over the years, where you apply to go into the property and you get stonewalled and said, no, you're not coming in. And then what happens at inquiries is the occupiers of the house said, well, you can't, you don't have a proper RVAS because you didn't get in, but you can't get in because they're not allowed. You're not allowed access. You've got to get on, haven't you, and do your best.
Yes, but I'm not aware that anyone was denied access to the properties in this particular instance.
No, the point being that you are able, and lots of RVASs are done, robust RVASs are done with external assessment only. You might well have a further degree of refinement, but you can certainly get to a point where the planning decision maker can make the decision they want to from external access only.
I think that the best you could describe that as is less robust, and if it's less robust, it isn't robust in my view.
Well, less robust doesn't equate to not robust, does it? You can have something, you can always go on getting slightly better, but I'm going to suggest you can get to a robust set of judgments from professional assessment by external access only.
I don't agree with that.
I think that's all really. I want to ask you, Mr. Steele. It's all in the mix. There'll be site visit and the points will be picked up. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Presumably there are no more questions.
Mr. Welch has clarified with me, just to help you, I think, NS doesn't mean normal scrub. It means Norway spruce.
Oh, really?
Yes. So it's not normal scrub, it's actually a type of tree.
I think that was contrary to what was explained to the resident. Anyway, I'll inform them accordingly.
We have I'm acting on instructions,
right.
The Till Hill plan that came in this morning. We now have the one with the legend on it. So the yellow around rig foot, the NS is Norway spruce.
Okay, but the point I made about the time it's going to take for the trees to mature and actually have a screening effect, I think we jokingly said it would outlive the three of us when we were talking about it on site yesterday.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, it's going to take a while for the trees to grow up to a height that they're going to have a screening effect, and it will probably be beyond my life expectancy, put it that way.
Don't be so pessimistic, Mr. Steele, is what I'd say. But anyway, it's a point of clarification there what NS means. Thank you.
Presumably others have not got any questions for this witness, but I'll just ask in case. No.
Sorry, can I just clarify a point coming back on that? When I was talking to the resident there, he very specifically said that slope hadn't been planted. So whether it's still intended to be planted or not, perhaps that's something can be clarified on the site visit.
Well, that's a matter for the site visit. You'll have a look, and my instructions are it's been done.
Yeah.
I've got a kind of general question. It's perhaps something, I think it's something that you've raised in your inquiry report, and it's around when we get up to the area where Common Bray is, properties up at that end, at Teviot Head end. The map that we have that covers the long-term forestry plan in that area. This is just timed out. Let me just bring it back in. And it's probably a question just for Mr. Hardy to clarify for me, but I'll raise it with you because I think you brought it up. There's the environmental report, figure 13.6, which shows the proposed new long-term forestry plan, and that seems to differ from the AEI 13.6A in that particular area. And I have the plan up of 13.6, and up by Common Bray, I think you refer to this in your submission, and paragraph 3.23.
There's an area recently fell there that would seem to have been ahead of schedule.
Yeah, there's a lot. What I'm looking at in 13.6, which is the original EIA report, it is a kind of mauve-coloured, light purple colour, which is called long-term retention. But when I look at 13.6A, that no longer appears on the plan at all. So really, so you were raising that as a matter you thought was a bit of confusion, or it's just not quite clear what's happened?
Perhaps it's uncertain as to why that area was felled, but anecdotally it's to do with wind throw in the recent storms, and it may have been that they had to prematurely fell it. I'm not sure. I can't be categoric about that, and that's second-hand information. But that shows you the vulnerability of long-term forestry plans, because nature has a way of taking action that changes things.
We can certainly have a look at that on the site visit.
Yeah.
No further questions from myself, Mr. Steele. Mr. Campbell, do you have any re-examination of your witness?
I don't think so, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steele.
Thank you all.
Thank you. There are no other landscape witnesses for the Forside Community Group. So that's, as far as it goes, the case on this part of the inquiry.
Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. So we have Mr. Mundell, Oliver Mundell, MSP, who's now witness and obviously representing himself. Now, Mr. Mundell, you haven't produced a recognition as such, but you did produce an inquiry report. I'm happy for you to read some of this out if it suits in terms of your evidence. I'm really happy for you to do whatever you think is appropriate. It's not a particularly long inquiry report, so if you want to read aspects of this out, you can go ahead.
Thank you. It's my view. I'll start at the overview at 1.1. It's my view that the proposed wind farm would have an unacceptable visual and landscape impact, and therefore should be rejected in its entirety. The combination of the scale and site selection on their own are problematic. However, when taken together with the cumulative impact and wider impact of wind farm development across the southern uplands, I believe there is a compelling strategic case for protecting this section of the landscape. Doing so would ensure a clean break or buffer between existing and planned developments and prevent a continuous corridor of turbines, thus creating and preserving the balance Scottish Government policy envisages. I would also suggest the level of community concern in an area where wind farm development is not new speaks to the sensitivity around the specific area in question. There is also a wider feeling across many upland rural communities that the landscape they feel a strong connection to is being lost or at least is changing unrecognisably at pace. As a directly elected local representative who sits in the Scottish Parliament, to whom the Scottish Government ministers are in the first instance accountable, I believe it's important to help them through this process to understand that concern when balancing the need for energy production. As I have outlined at previous inquiries, I am concerned that the methodology, while well established, that is used to assess the impact of these large-scale developments does not fully capture the impact on local people and draws us away from considering the landscape and visual impact in its entirety. By focusing on snapshots, either through viewpoints or visibility from a particular location, we are in danger of overlooking what it's like to live and work in the vicinity of these developments, where people know their landscape well and work in the vicinity and effectively join together the different viewpoints and have an awareness of the scale of the project. So while you may only see as little as a single turbine at one time, on seeing it you know it's part of something larger. What is more, when moving about within what is quite a tight geographical area, it's likely that you will see the majority of turbines on a frequent basis within your day-to-day life. I understand this is why the reporter also does such a significant number of site visits and looks at these various measures in combination, but I believe it is really important to consider people's sense of place, both as local residents and to a lesser extent visitors. This non-tangible, deeply ingrained connection to the landscape is particularly strong in the Langham and Eskdale area, where many residents have family connections to the hills stretching back generations. Through local traditions, customs and land use, there is a real sense that people are part of the landscape, with the decision to purchase the Langham Moor a clear example of how much protecting this means to local residents. The maps of visibility show a large number of these turbines are visible over a significant area and take in much of Langham and the surrounding settlements. I would stress that the surrounding hills are not some abstract thing or remote attraction that people head to in order to pass the weekend or enjoy on a summer day. As a reporter will see from walking and driving around, they are part of people's day-to-day life and work. You are hard pushed to find a spot in Langham where you can't see them, and people live at considerable elevation, both to take advantage of the views and due to a premium on space on the valley floor. This is true of many of the smaller communities and settlements impacted. The nature of being surrounded by hills is that anything on them and above them is highlighted by the skyline and is very noticeable and can be seen at distance, as the monument itself shows. It would be sad to see many of these existing and historic markers and identifiers overshadowed by turbines. The landscape in and of itself is recognised as being regionally significant and has clearly attracted national and international interest of recent. What is more, the local authority, while recognising the need for wind energy and discharging their responsibilities, have set out clear policies looking at the appropriate size of turbines, and I believe that this is significant when seeking to develop in close proximity to cherished landscapes and communities the size, character and historic significance of Langham. The vast majority of the viewpoints only serve to demonstrate the significant visual impact. From a number of viewpoints, most people would recognise that wind turbines of this size become the dominant landscape feature, overwhelming other aspects of the landscape. Viewpoint 15 is the most obvious example to me of this, where the proximity and number of turbines draw the eye and risks removing the remaining wind farm-free vista. This concern also exists in relation to the Langham Moor and Wildlife Reserve, which will face similar impacts. Finally, it's my intention to explore the impacts of rural depopulation and community viability at the hearing session, but I would ask the reporter to note and consider the visual impact this has on a number of the valleys impacted by this development and what they would lose in visual character if residents were not there. I'm particularly concerned about reports that some properties in the vicinity of this development may be subject to purchase agreements in the event that consent is received, and this would certainly seem to fit in with practices adopted by community wind power elsewhere in my constituency. Like many local residents who rely on tourism income or choose to make their home based on its landscape's scenery and idyllic appearance, I would be concerned, separate to the wider economic and social impact, about properties being left to deteriorate and the visual impact, particularly given the proximity of a number of properties to roads, tracks and pathways. The size and scale of the turbines proposed are a cause of considerable concern and are out of proportion with the topography and height of the hills they are sited on and within. This becomes more problematic with elevation, and given the nature of the valleys, land usage and the number of roads and tracks they interact with the site. Their compact layout, whilst potentially reducing the overall footprint of the site, in my view, magnify and intensify the impact on a number of viewpoints, most specifically 15 as outlined above. There is already considerable local concern at the number of wind turbines in operation, under construction and subject to the planning process. Local people and communities feel the landscape is being overwhelmed and is fast approaching saturation point. Regionally, there is also growing worry that we're seeing an emerging wind farm corridor stretching into East Ayrshire and South Lanarkshire, connecting up with large-scale projects there. This is putting upland landscapes at risk, and it's therefore vital that some pockets of this type of landscape are protected. The area north of Langham and in the Hughes area is critical to this, both in terms of its own value, but also in providing a setting for the Hill and Langham Moor, which are of considerable wider significance and interest. The visibility maps, both for this project alone and overlap with other existing projects, shows just how much impact this will have. Indeed, there are many viewpoints where there are 50 to 100 turbines already seen clearly in good visibility, but the distance prevents them from dominating. This would be even greater if the same developer saw one of their other projects progress at the 75 turbine Scoop Hill. Finally, I also share local concerns that seeing this project taken forward in addition to U Hill, Craig, Lone Head, Hopsrig, Cross Dykes, plus the existing Solway Bank turbines and the substantial 22 turbine proposed extension would start to encircle Langham, or at least give that appearance to a number of individual properties and viewpoints. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell. Mr. Hardy, do you have some questions?
Just a couple, Mr. Mundell. This is obviously the landscape and visual impact session, so I'll restrict questions to that. First, point 1.1, you tell us the combination of scale and site selection on their own are problematic. However, when taken together with the cumulative impact, wider impact of wind farm development across the Southern Uplands, you believe it's a compelling strategic case. You've not heard the last couple of days, have you, I think, of evidence? You've just come did you come this morning?
Yes, I came this morning.
You heard, certainly so far as Dumfries and Galloway are concerned, that cumulative impact really isn't the issue in this case. You heard that backdrop.
I heard that was a view of Dumfries and Galloway Council, yes.
Thank you. Two point one. And I suppose as a preface, you're not, I think, established this last time I questioned you. You've got no landscape professional qualifications. You're not here talking about methodology in a technical sense.
That is correct.
So the point you make, focusing on snapshots and so on, danger in overlooking what it's like to live, that's a general point, isn't it? It's an observation. You're not criticising use of well-established methodologies for LVIA.
It's difficult to answer that question without a bit of explanation. Mm-hmm. I think that there is criticism of how established practices work, and I guess I'm seeking to represent that. What I'm not saying is that anyone's been sort of negligent in following the processes as set out. I just think there is a wider feeling, amongst communities that the balance within those processes is towards focusing, on snapshots. And if you live and work in a place, then your impression of it, and your feeling towards these viewpoints is different than just looking at a photograph. And I think sometimes the way these inquiries and sessions play out, there's a perception or feeling that individual viewpoints become more important than the totality.
But that's part of a process, isn't it? And the decisions are then made by experienced reporters and ministers who draw on all the resources that they've got. So if it was felt that something had been missed, then that really is criticism that you're directing at the reporters and ministers, isn't it?
Well, the reporter, and certainly in their quasi-judicial function, ministers, are following the processes and procedures that are set out. But I think it is important, in terms of the role I have, to represent the views of local people and to make sure that in helping the reporter interpret the various policy the various policy balances, the views of local people are heard in the process. Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying is, for many local people, the idea that there's a great deal of focus on individual snapshots doesn't capture how they feel about these projects and how they feel is important in terms of the landscape considerations, because it impacts on their sense of place.
Penultimate sentence in 2.1, you say what's more when moving about within what is a quite tight geographical area. What do you mean by that? What is that? Are you talking about your constituency, or what do you mean?
Well, I'm talking about the area in proximity to the site.
Well, you then go on, is likely to see the majority of the turbines on a frequent basis within your day-to-day life. You've presumably looked at the materials, have you, for this inquiry? Have you looked at the visualisations?
Yes.
Yeah, so from where, going about day-to-day life, will people get to see the majority of the turbines? If you're going to say, if you're standing next to them, if that's your last answer, in close proximity to the wind farm, then yes, of course. But I'm going to suggest that isn't where people will be going about day-to-day life. So where do you mean?
Well, I mean, for a start, the Malcolm Monument. People travel from Langham here to Hoyk to do their shopping, so they'll see some of them there. People go to use Hall for social events, so they'll be stopping and seeing some more there that they might not see in passing from the car. They'll go and visit friends in Bent Path. The nature of the area is that people travel around it, and over the course of what I would say was quite a short time, people are going to notice, that there are more than just snapshots of turbines, that they pop up again and again and again.
Yeah, you're not going to be in the way that you suggest in your penultimate sentence, though, is it? Because within a tight geographical area, it's likely you'll see the majority of the turbines on a frequent basis. The whole point is you won't.
I would say the tight geographical area is the area people immediately live in, and where they travel and move about on a weekly basis. So I'm saying on a weekly basis, people will see the vast majority, if not all, of these turbines.
Well, then even less so, because what's clear if you've looked at the visualisations is that you get intermittent views of the occasional turbines on the edge, but you absolutely do not see the majority of the turbines if you're in the populated areas or valley bottoms. So your sentence is...
No, but this is... Sorry to interrupt. You're putting words again into my mouth, because that's not what I'm saying, and in fact you're making my point for me. People don't need to see them all at once. They don't need to see them all at once to know that they're all there. And they are so familiar with their community, they care so passionately about it, it's so much part of their life, that people within their mind's eye are aware of the totality of a project of this size, and they start to join the dots together. So what you describe as intermittent views is exactly in the methodology what I'm pushing back against, because that is not how people feel about their landscape. It's not how people interact with it.
Well, I'll be direct. Your penultimate sentence, on what basis of what you've just said, is factually incorrect. What you say is what's more, when moving about within what's a quite tight geographical area, it's likely you'll see the majority of the turbines on a frequent basis within your day-to-day life. That simply isn't true.
That statement is correct. It's correct. It doesn't say you'll see the majority of them simultaneously. It means that within your day-to-day life, you will see the majority of them. You'll see more than half of the turbines by moving about and doing ordinary, everyday tasks that make up part of your life.
Well,
that to me is what that sentence means. And
there's a disagreement over that. A reporter can look at the materials and what you've written.
I think that's helped probably bring clarity to my point, so hopefully the reporter will pick up on that.
I'm not going to respond to that. Mr. Mundell, 3.1. The maps of visibility show a larger number of these turbines are visible over a significant area, taking much of Langham and the surrounding settlement. So let's see whether that's true or not. Which maps is it that show the visibility of a larger number of turbines from Langham?
So I would go to CD 02 151.
So that's your reference, yeah? Any others?
Yeah. Well, that one for starters.
I'm going to take you, that's noted, to SI viewpoint 14. So that's the SI 6.30B. I don't know whether you've got...
The core document number for that one is, sorry?
That is viewpoint 14.
So the core document number.
Let me just get that for you. Yeah. It is CD 423.
The one titled Western Edge.
Correct, yes. And I select that one because we say that that captures the highest level of visibility that arises from within Langham. And
Is that a serious point?
it is absolutely,
Yes,
it's absolutely a serious point, Mr. Mundell. I'm
So
putting the question...
for people in the Langham community, you think that's the highest point that forms part of their community?
Let me put the question to you. That I say that that is from within Langham, the viewpoint that captures the highest level of visibility. And on that montage, that is substantially screened, isn't it?
I just can't. Well, I can talk about this montage, but I find that point very difficult to. I find that point very difficult to accept, because if you wanted to choose a point where you would be least likely to see the turbines, this is the montage you would pick. But if you stood on the other side of Langham, then you would get quite a different picture.
Well, no doubt.
And I think people would find it odd, that someone would seek, in good faith, to present that as the most, the most prominent view of turbines that people would have, within Langham.
You see,
and I think if you go back to the document I referred to, then you would see that there are other points in Langham, on the other side of the A7, where you would get a much more significant view of turbines.
Mm-hmm. See, the viewpoints are agreed with the council as being representative, Mr. Mundell. So the council were content that that was a representative viewpoint. And I suppose the challenge is this: if you think there is somewhere that you want the reporter to go, then you can put that to on an itinerary, can't you?
Yes, but I'm confident that the reporter is undertaking a number of site visits and will, for example, in travelling to viewpoint 15, which I reference, we'll have to go up the other side of the hill.
Yeah, that's not in Langham, though, is it? The questions are about
well,
Langham.
It is in Langham. I think what you're choosing to do is focus very narrowly, on the town boundary, as opposed to what people living, working, in Langham would consider to be part of their town. And in travelling up to the monument, you're going to have to go past Langham Golf Course. You're going to have to walk through a number of residential streets, and from there you're going to see that those trees don't provide any screening, first of all, and second of all, you're going to see that you're on a different elevation further back from the hills that provide a bit of screening. So the reporter, in going to viewpoint 14, I think will naturally pick up on the nature of the settlement in Langham.
Yeah, what I'm doing, Mr. Mundell, is just testing the accuracy of what you've put in your written statement. And I
think it's capturing the exact point I'm making in my statement, that individual viewpoints and a focus on a very narrow view of the viewpoints doesn't capture what it's like to live and work in a place, and doesn't capture what people will actually see on their day-to-day life.
So what you can do, and it's an open invitation, Mr. Mundell, is you can provide some input, can't you, into the itinerary that we're asking the reporter to view. So you can add anywhere you want the reporter to go.
And I'm saying I'm satisfied that in visiting, for example, viewpoint 15, that the reporter will understand the point that I've tried to make, that when you put the viewpoints together, you get a different view from if you just choose to focus narrowly on a single viewpoint, which is what we're doing now.
Well, we don't agree with that. That's what we're doing at all, Mr. Mundell. 3.2, last sentence. Again, it's a sort of generalised comment you make. The same is true of many of the smaller communities and settlements impacted. Where are they?
Use for a start.
I'd like a list. So let me write it down. Use,
well,
yeah?
we could start and take them. We can take them one at a time.
Sure.
So I mean, I'm looking here again at CD 02-151, and I think if people look for use on that map, you can see that that there's a significant area, in and around. In and around the hall that is heavily impacted, where you can see a significant number of turbines in relatively close proximity. We can go over to Bentpath.
Number 2 is Bentpath, yeah.
Yeah, and there are a number of other individual properties, as we've just heard. In other evidence.
Yes. Now I'm after the smaller communities and settlements.
Well, I've given you.
Did you see?
I've given you 2. I mean, I think it's the totality of it, but there are 2.
Now let me ask the question, please.
Mm-hmm.
So, in your statement, you make an unparticularised assertion. What you say is the same is true of many of the smaller communities and settlements impacted. So that my client knows what the case that's been made by you against it, I want you to identify them. So giving you that choice, or that opportunity, what I've got is Use and Bentpath.
Use, Bentpath. We can go further afield and start to look at Corrie Common, Sibbleby.
Just let me take a list if that's what you're going to do.
It's not what I'm offering to, it's what you're asking me to do. I'm saying there are a number of small communities impacted, and principally in those, if we want to be specific, principally in those, I would say are Use and Bentpath. But again, it's difficult to talk about those communities in such a fixed way, and I think this is what you're doing in relation to Langham too. But these are rural communities that spread across a large area. So when I say a number, of smaller communities and settlements, within Use, there are many settlements. You'd be hard pushed if you didn't know the area to know that they were necessarily part of what people locally would call Use. The same with Westerkirk. A lot of people live in Westerkirk. And their closest community on this map would be Bentpath.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is make sense of what you write, Mr. Mundell. And again, is the sensible thing to do? I've given you an open opportunity, but is it perhaps you can just write down a list of those smaller communities and settlements impacted in paragraph 3.2? We can add those to the itinerary. Is that the best way of doing it?
Are you wanting a list of all the individual properties within the zone of theoretical visibility?
What I'm trying to do, Mr. Mundell.
So I'm saying first and foremost, Langham, Bentpath, and Use. Are the principal communities most affected, but there are many other smaller settlements that lie in and around the proximity of those, which are also likely to see turbines. That's. I don't know how much clearer I can be.
Well, I'm trying to separate out what is a sort of politicised statement, which is generalised, from matters which my client can understand. You are very fond of making broad statements, and you say in your 3.2, the same is true of many of the smaller communities and settlements impacted. So all I want to know is what the smaller communities and settlements impacted are. The answer that I've got from you is principally Langham, Use and Bentpath. What I'm going to say is if there are any others that fall within that definition, is the sensible thing to do for you to identify those on the itinerary that we are going to prepare.
So I'm saying it's those plus properties and settlements that lie within the zone of theoretical visibility that are likely to see a large number of turbines.
Tell you what, we'll invite you to add some of those settlements and to the itinerary, and if you want to take up that opportunity, you can. I'm going to leave the depopulation point now. I've heard that before at Sanka. 6.1.
Doesn't make it any less true.
Well, you say that. 6.1. There's already considerable local concern at the number of wind turbines in operation. This is really the same sort of cumulative point, isn't it? It is interesting, isn't it, that the because of Estelle Muir, because of the array, historically this area has actually been one of the lowest has one of the lowest intensities of wind farm development.
Well, that's maybe historically the case, but I don't think either sitting here in Hoyk or in Langham anyone would recognise that to be the case now with the pipeline of projects coming forward. And in fact, possibly because of the array, what's happened is the opposite of elsewhere. In other areas, people have had the blessing of smaller turbines and less advanced technology. And what's happened, sadly, for Langham, the surrounding villages and settlements, is that people have come along and spotted an opportunity. They've seen this untapped resource, and things have changed round the edges with the array, which have allowed for further development. And people have thought, here's an opportunity to access sites that wouldn't be available elsewhere. But that doesn't make those sites the right place for large-scale turbines.
Yeah, do you think there are? I mean, let's just understand your sort of viewpoint. Are there appropriate sites in your constituency, this patch, for large-scale wind farms? So
yes, and in fact I've written to Scottish Government ministers in favour of other Section 36 provisions. There are other applications that I choose not to object to, but in this case, I feel the impact of this project is unacceptable.
Mm-hmm. Those other schemes, presumably, would be impacting on the cumulative perception that you talk about in exactly the same way. If the generalised position, the concern that you're professing is one of losing kind of character and change happening at pace, then those schemes would similarly feed into that cumulative pipeline, wouldn't they? Cumulative problem.
Not always, no. Because I think if things are well sited and the turbines are turbines are well positioned within them, they don't always have the same impact. Firstly, secondly, as the council's own policy recognises, there are some areas that are more appropriate, for turbine development, and I recognise that. And thirdly, there are some areas where the community see a benefit in proceeding with projects that do have a landscape and visual impact, and indeed the Scottish Government's own document says that in many cases communities can be ambivalent about wind power or in favour of it, and where that's the case, I think some of the landscape issues are of less importance. And you yourself earlier, for example, highlighted the glass house that had been built, and I think where something's creating 40 jobs for local people, already sits very close to 3 wind turbines, is going to be shielded by forest, and where people think that the benefit outweighs the landscape or the loss in your visual landscape. There can be a case, and that's, I guess, what the reporter's job is, to balance that up. So I think it's quite a complicated picture. I think the problem in this case, and what surprises me most, is that in a community that has been open to wind development, maybe a bit more positive to wind development than ambivalent, that this project has attracted so much concern, and that's because it's inappropriate. And I think elsewhere, there are other sites where developers are still finding that they're able to work with the community, to take projects forward and find a balance that meets everyone's interests.
So just to test what you've just said, could you give us a list of the schemes that you've supported?
I have supported 20 Shilling Hill.
Just take a list, 20 Shilling Hill.
I've supported. I've come back to you with I can come back to you with a
Well, I'd
list.
like the list. Yes, I would, because I think it's important. You're very good at making broad statements, but the particulars I'm not so sure about. So if we could have a list. Do you want to take a moment now?
I would have to take more than a moment to make sure that what gives you is correct.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to come back with that.
Well, Mark,
I can provide, certainly in one other case, a letter that was sent to the Minister. I've met with the former Energy Minister Paul Wheelhouse.
Mr. Mundell, I just want a list. I don't need the explanation if you don't mind. Just a list of those properties that you have, those schemes that you've supported in your constituency. That's what I'm after.
Okay, well, I cover a large area with a large number of wind farm applications. I'd have to go back through, in order to not provide.
What timescale
inaccurate
do you need
information.
to produce something like that?
I can have that to you tomorrow. I would have
Okay.
to go back through and check. And the second point I would make is there are many schemes that I've chosen not to, not to object to.
Yes, I'm interested in the ones you've supported,
well,
Mr. Mundell, because that's the evidence you gave.
No, I said both. I said there are some. I said that. What I believe I said was there are some schemes I've supported elsewhere in the constituency, which is true. And there are others I have chosen not to object to.
As far as I'm concerned, you can confine your list to those wind farms you've supported. So if you will do that for me, I'd be very grateful. Very grateful.
That's what you're interested in.
Mr. Hardy, can I just excuse me? Can I just come in just a second, Mr. Hardy? Can I just question why you would need that information, and that information doesn't necessarily come through in the inquiry report of Mr. Mundell?
Because this strikes me, Ma'am, as being a very politicised, generalist document where a number of concerns are raised, which don't seem to me to be actually refer to this scheme at all. And the way that's put is, well, yes, it is, and I've been discerning about it, and I'm just testing that. So it's understanding where Mr. Mundell, with the points he makes, has felt able to support wind in his constituency.
Thank you. Mr. Mundell, if you're happy to provide that by tomorrow, then that is something that might be useful for this inquiry.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide it. I think it is of limited use beyond, beyond that point. There are. I'm saying, as a matter of fact, I have written to the Scottish Government asking them to support Section 36 orders for other sites. It's not a huge number. I'm certainly aware, as well at a smaller level, supporting turbine applications to Dumfries and Galway Council, as well. So I'd have to go through and check exactly
I can fully appreciate that.
What. And the second thing that I'm concerned about is the suggestion, obviously, there's a scale from objecting to a wind farm and taking the time and energy to take part in an inquiry. There's objecting to a wind farm or indicating to the community that you're not supportive of it. There's opting to say nothing. There's being positive, but not actually writing off informal support and encouraging the community to engage with wind farm developers, and then there's active support. And I've done something in relation to wind farms across the constituency in all of those categories at some point or another in the last 6 years. But I think it is fair to say I have objected to a number of large wind farm projects, and I'm on record at inquiries having done that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mundell. I mean, you've covered quite a lot of issues there in terms of clearly you have quite a lot of involvement in some of these cases, so it might be useful to know. But clearly, this is not the forum just now to produce. I'm not asking you to produce all of that just now. It would be unreasonable to ask that. And if you could produce something tomorrow and in a written form, very kind of brief, that would be. I'm not looking for lots of detail.
Good. That's all I want to ask you. Thank you, Mr. Mundell.
Are there any questions from anybody else before I have just one of my own questions? Okay. Mr. Mundell, we touched there about in terms of viewpoints that I will go and see. And there are viewpoints, obviously, in the EIA which are established, and I will and have seen already some of those, and will revisit as part of the site visit. But I suppose it's just thinking more about locations, generally locations, and I think this is what was kind of coming through in the discussion we've just had. Are there particular locations that you would like me to have a look at that aren't specific viewpoints, but are places, perhaps, that you could point out?
Yes, I mean, I would ask you to have a good walk, around Langham, to get an understanding of what the view might be from elevated residential properties and kind of from local amenities, and to have a wander around the Malcolm Monument and the Moor and think what it would be like to walk your dog there, to ride your horse on Common Riding Day, to play a round of golf, to walk your kids up and down to the school, to live there. But I'm confident that's part of the process. I just think when we focus on viewpoints, sometimes people feel that's missed. Likewise, sort of in and around Hughes Hall, the little play park that's there, what it'd be like to stop to post your letters, in the post box. I think these are the things for people. When I say you start to see the majority of the turbines, these are the things people are doing, and they don't stop to think I live in a really beautiful and wonderful place. It's not a conscious thing, but that's part of why people live here, and in choosing to live further away from cities and urban centres, you maybe can't go to the cinema, on a Friday night easily without getting in the car and travelling some distance. But there are other advantages to living in an area like this. I think people do put a huge weight on that landscape round about them. And I think the other thing on the valley floors, again not attached to a specific viewpoint, but it almost is the top of the hills is like a letterbox. When the sun rises and the light's coming up, for people who live in what for much of the year can be quite dark valleys, you get that sense of the horizon opening up. And I think in a number of these locations the turbines are very, very prominent, and will change how people feel as they move about their day-to-day life.
Okay, you mentioned a few places there. In terms of the walks around Langham and in Langham itself and being in the town and walking around, but also there's a number of walks that I think Dumfries and Galloway Council have suggested that I wasn't aware of until the submissions for the inquiry, and they are Potholm Hill and Castle Hill, Langham. This is part of DGC 11, your documentation. Caulfield, Rig and Mid Hill and Langham. Others are a little bit further afield. They're up at Arkleton and Meikledale. Witter Hill I know of. Warblaw as well, which is another one. Are these familiar to you? Are these perhaps some of the? I could pick some of these routes.
Yeah, no, I mean they're familiar to me. I think they'll give you a good sense of perspective. I think it's more. I think it's it's more trying to move rather than sort of set walks. I think it's more trying to move about as people who live and work in the area would move about. That, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make. What would it be? What would it be like? To walk your dog, walk your kids down to school, pop to the shop. What are you going to see? How often are you going to see it? If you're coming to Hoyk, to do your big shop. If you're popping, popping to see a friend, in Canonbie and you come back to Langham. What do you, in the course of a normal, a normal week? What are you connecting up? What are you seeing? And I think that's the problem with looking at viewpoints in isolation, is actually the nature and pattern of people's life in what is a small, and pretty self-sufficient rural community, is that you're going to see, just by going about basic tasks, you're going to see a lot of the turbines, a lot of the time, and I think that does have a big impact on sense of place.
And just one very small point, just to make sure that I'm clear from your statement. When you read it out, it's different to how it was actually written. and it's paragraph 3.2. I think you said you're hard pushed to find a spot in Langham where you can see them, i.e. this is the hills and surrounding hills. I think you mean where you can't see them.
I do.
Yeah.
I suffer from dyspraxia and dyslexia, so reading out and also writing is not always my strong point. So I apologise. I apologise for that.
That's fine. It's quite an important, just an
Yeah, no,
important point. So I just need to
significant
clarify that. That's fine.
difference.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mundell. That concludes the inquiry session on landscape and visual matters. Now just 10 to 3, so we're finishing up a little bit earlier today, and it gives us time to prepare those people that are involved in tomorrow's session, which is the community hearing, community issues hearing, in the Buccleuch Hall in Buccleuch, Mr. Campbell, Buccleuch Hall in Langham. And that's starting at 10 a.m. But can I please ask whoever's involved tomorrow to be there probably, a little bit earlier, maybe about 9:30. There's a bit of setting up. There's a bit of an unknown in terms of getting all the cameras and things set up. No idea about the Wi-Fi. We have tested it for our equipment, but no idea how it'll work for you. So please bring any backup documents, USBs, laptops, all those kind of things like we've been doing, if you could, please. And I will see some of you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.